Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Twisted Alley, a maze of shifting shadows. There's a certain kind of quiet that settles over the city just after midnight. I just left my friend's place, a cramped apartment on the third floor of a building that leaned a little too far to one side, like it was tired and ready to slump over. We'd spent the evening talking about nothing important, the kind of chatter that circles back on itself until you're not sure what you started with. When I stepped outside, the street was slick with a thin sheen of moisture, and the lamps cast long, crooked shadows that made everything look a little off-kilter. I pulled my jacket tighter and started walking. The route I usually took was straightforward, a series of blocks I could navigate blindfolded. But that night, on a whim, I turned down a side street I'd never paid much attention to before. It was narrower than the others, squeezed between two aging brick buildings whose windows were dark and shuttered. No sign, no nameplate, just that odd sense that I was stepping into someplace forgotten. The pavement here was cracked, uneven, like it hadn't been fixed in years. There was a faint smell of rot and wet plaster, and I could hear the distant drip of water somewhere beneath the stones. I remember thinking, I shouldn't be here. But curiosity had a hold on me, that low hum just beneath the surface of common sense. I took another step and the alley seemed to close in, the walls leaning closer, the shadows deepening. The light didn't come from above anymore, but from somewhere sideways, weak and flickering. A single bulb hanging from a wire sputtered, casting a sickly yellow glow that made the grime on the bricks look wet and alive. The further I went, the more the alley felt like it was shifting around me. I swore the pavement wasn't flat, it dipped and rose in impossible ways, like a path being pulled and stretched beneath my feet. The walls didn't run straight either. They warped, bending in strange angles that turned my sense of direction inside out. I stopped, trying to get my bearings, but the city I knew was fading behind me. The alley was no longer a simple shortcut, it was a maze that didn't exist on any map I'd ever seen. A sound caught my ear, a soft scrape, like nails or maybe a branch brushing against stone. I froze. My breath came out in little puffs, visible in the cold air. I listened. Nothing. Then it came again, closer this time, but still faint. I told myself it was probably the wind or a stray cat, but something about the timing didn't sit right. The alley was too narrow for a breeze to make that kind of noise. It was deliberate. I pressed my back against the wall, the rough plaster biting through my jacket sleeve. My hands trembled, not from the cold but from a sudden surge of unease that crept up my spine. I tried to dismiss it, rationalize it, but the instinct was loud and insistent. Someone else was here. Or something else. I called out, voice low and uncertain. Hello? Is someone there? The sound echoed oddly, stretched and distorted by the warped walls. No answer. Just the faint drip of water and the distant rumble of the city beyond. I started walking again, slower now, eyes darting to every shadow, every flicker of movement. The alley seemed endless, stretching farther than it should. I thought I caught glimpses of shapes, figures, maybe just at the edge of my vision. But when I turned, nothing was there. My pulse quickened, a dull ache settling behind my ribs. The smell changed, too. The rot gave way to something metallic, sharp, and cold like blood or oil. I gagged, the scent thick and overpowering. I wanted to turn back, but the path behind me had shifted, the entrance swallowed by darkness and twisted brick. It was as if the city had decided to trap me, folding itself in on its own broken bones. I tried to pull out my phone, hands fumbling, but the screen flickered and died. No signal. No light. just the black silence of something ancient and unwelcoming. I swallowed hard, tasting bitter fear in the back of my throat. "Okay," I muttered, voice barely a whisper. "Okay. Calm down." But my feet wouldn't answer. The alley had me, and I was starting to wonder if I'd ever been anywhere else at all. A sudden noise shattered the quiet, a low, deliberate laugh, rough and dry, coming from somewhere just beyond the bend. It wasn't human, exactly, more a broken sound from a throat unused to kindness. The laughter stopped as abruptly as it began, leaving a ringing silence that filled my ears. My skin crawled. I wanted to run, but every instinct told me to stay still, not to make a sound. I pressed my ear to the wall, feeling the vibrations through the bricks, trying to discern any hint of movement. My mind raced through every horrible possibility, each one worse than the last. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed by the strange geometry of the alley and the weight of that unseen presence. The city outside was a ghost, the familiar replaced by something alien and cruel. I thought about turning back again, but the way I'd come was gone, swallowed up by the shifting walls and warped pavement. Then the smell hit me again, sharp and metallic, followed by the faintest whisper, a breath against my ear that wasn't my own. I spun around, heart pounding, but the alley was empty. Or at least, it looked empty. The city had swallowed me whole. The alley didn't let me go. I wasn't sure how long I'd been standing there, but the silence was heavier now, like the city itself was holding its breath. The walls seemed to lean closer, narrowing the space until I felt trapped in a cage made of brick and shadow. I pressed my back against the cold, rough plaster, fingers tracing the uneven surface, trying to anchor myself. The texture was familiar, but the way the walls warped and creaked was anything but. There was a faint scrape, a soft, deliberate noise from deeper in the alley. I froze. It wasn't the scurrying of rats or the distant clatter of the city's restless machinery. No, this was deliberate. Something or someone moving just out of sight. I tilted my head, straining to catch any other sound. A slow drip echoed somewhere far off, like water leaking through cracked pipes. The air was thick with moisture and something else, something metallic again, almost coppery. "Hello?" My voice cracked, more than I expected, bouncing unevenly off the shifting walls. The sound didn't seem to belong here, an intrusion into the unnatural silence. I waited, breath held tight, but no answer came, only the distant, rhythmic tapping of shoes against pavement, growing clearer, then fading like a mirage. I shouldn't have been here. I knew that. But turning back felt impossible. The path I'd taken had disappeared, swallowed by the alley's impossible geometry. It was as if the city was folding in on itself, erasing the world I thought I knew. I glanced down there, half buried in a puddle, was a crumpled scrap of paper. I stepped forward, careful not to slip on the wet stones, and picked it up. The paper was damp, edges curling, ink smudged but still legible in parts. Scribbled notes, numbers, and a few words that sent a jolt through me. Shelter, keep moving, don't trust. No signature. No explanation. Just a warning left behind by someone else, someone who'd been here before me. My fingers trembled, but I folded the paper carefully and slipped it into my jacket pocket. I needed to know more. If there was someone else, if others had gotten lost in this place, they might know what was happening. Or what was hunting us, if that was even the right word. I moved forward, each step echoing oddly, like the alley was swallowing the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones whole and spitting it back distorted. The walls seemed to pulse, shifting between narrow corridors and wider gaps, confusing my sense of direction. I touched a corner and the wall felt damp, my hand leaving wet marks on the rough surface. A sudden gust of cold air made me shiver, though the night wasn't particularly chilly. It carried with it the faintest whisper of voices, too far away to understand but close enough to send a shiver down my spine. I stopped, trying to focus. The voices weren't coming from the alley itself, but from somewhere beyond, behind a rusted metal grate half covered in grime. I crouched and peered through the gaps. Shadows moved inside, flickering with the dull glow of a broken street lamp overhead. Two figures, sitting close together, heads bent low. I could just make out the outline of a face, haggard, eyes darting nervously. "Hey," I called softly, not wanting to startle them. The figures froze, then one stood abruptly and disappeared down a side passage. The other stayed, still hunched, and after a moment I realized they were whispering to themselves, the words too quiet to catch. The space between us felt thick with fear, a tension I could almost taste. I debated calling out again, but something told me to wait. My mind raced. Who were they? Friends? Foes? Or just another lost soul swallowed by this twisting maze? I wasn't sure I wanted to find out, but I couldn't leave without trying. "Look, I don't mean any trouble," I said, voice steadier this time. "I'm just trying to figure out what's going on." Silence. The figure shifted, then slowly rose and took a step toward me. A man, thin, with dark circles under his eyes and a voice rough from too many sleepless nights. "You shouldn't be here," he muttered, eyes scanning the alley like it might collapse any second. "Neither should you," I replied, then added, "Do you know what this place is? Why it's like this?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "No one knows. People come here, get lost. Some never leave." His words hung heavy between us, a promise and a threat all at once. "You've got to keep moving. Don't stop. Don't look back." That sounded less like advice and more like a warning. I glanced behind me. The way I'd come had shifted again, the alley twisting and folding like a living thing. The man's eyes flicked to the same direction, sharp and urgent. "It's changing," he said. "Always changing." "Why?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. He shrugged, but the tension in his jaw said he didn't have an answer. "Maybe the city's falling apart. Maybe it's just the night playing tricks. But it's dangerous. People get scared. They make mistakes. And sometimes, it's not just the city you have to worry about." My stomach tightened. "What do you mean?" He looked over his shoulder, then leaned in close, voice low and urgent. "There's others. People who want to keep this place hidden. Who don't like strangers poking around. They watch. They wait. You don't want to run into them." I swallowed hard. That explained the laughter from before, the sudden silence, the breath against my ear. Not ghosts. People. Watching. "Can you help me?" I asked. "Get out." He hesitated, then nodded. "Maybe. But you have to trust me." Before I could answer, a low rumble vibrated through the ground, subtle but unmistakable. The walls trembled, dust falling in tiny showers from the cracked plaster. The man cursed under his breath. "That's not good." I looked up. The alley seemed to be narrowing, the pavement buckling beneath us as if the city itself was collapsing inward. The metallic smell grew stronger, sharper, almost suffocating. My chest tightened, breath shallow. "We have to move." "Now," he said, grabbing my arm. His grip was firm but not unkind. "If this place caves in, we don't stand a chance." The urgency in his voice jolted me out of my stupor. I nodded, heart hammering as we stepped forward together, the walls closing in like the city was swallowing us whole. The narrow alley twisted again, pavement rising and falling beneath our feet until I couldn't tell if we were climbing or falling. And through it all, the sound of footsteps echoed behind us, slow, deliberate, and getting closer. I glanced over my shoulder. The alley was empty. Or at least, it looked empty. But I knew better. The footsteps kept coming. The man's grip on my arm was firm but quiet now, like he was trying to keep me grounded without making a fuss. "We're past the point of no return," he said, voice low, almost resigned. "If we turn back, we'll be trapped between collapsing walls and whatever's out there." His words sank in like ice water. I wanted to argue, to say that surely there had to be a way out, but the alley itself seemed to pulse underfoot, the cracked plaster flaking away in small showers. I could taste the metallic bite in the air, sharp and acrid, like rust mixed with burnt wires. It filled my mouth, clinging to my tongue. The man, he hadn't told me his name yet, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to ask. Maybe knowing would make it more real. But real or not, he seemed to know this place better than anyone. "How do you know there's no way back?" I asked, voice cracking. He hesitated. "Because I've been here before. Not this exact spot, maybe, but these walls, they don't just shift. They trap. You step in, and the city rearranges itself around you. Like a maze with no exit." His eyes darted ahead, scanning the narrowing passage. "And something else is following us." The words hit me harder than the creeping panic twisting my stomach. Something human, then. Not a ghost or a trick of the mind. A person. Or people. But why? And how did they know we were here? I swallowed, trying to steady my breathing. The alleyway's texture changed underfoot, the cracked pavement gave way to patches of slick concrete, cold and unyielding. I slipped once, catching myself on the rough, pitted surface of the wall. The plaster felt brittle, like it would crumble if I pressed too hard. And the smell of metal, sweat, something else I couldn't place, sharp and sour, like old garbage left too long in the heat. "Listen," the man whispered, "they don't want us to leave." That stopped me. I blinked, trying to clear the fog of disbelief. "Who are they?" He didn't answer. Instead, he pulled me into a narrow alcove, where an old, rusted pipe jutted out from the wall. The space was cramped, and the air tasted stale, thick with the scent of damp concrete and something vaguely chemical. We pressed ourselves against the cold stone, backs flat and breath shallow. The footsteps grew louder. Closer. I could hear a faint scrape, like something dragging across the ground. A voice far off at first, then clearer, rough and low. Words I couldn't quite catch, but the tone was unmistakable. Warning, threat, maybe frustration. The man's hand trembled slightly where it gripped my arm. "They're not just following," he said quietly. "They're hunting." The word echoed in my head, dragging all the warmth from my chest. Hunting. Not random strangers or lost wanderers, but predators. And us, prey. I wanted to pull away, to run, but my feet felt glued to the cracked concrete. The alley was closing in, every step forward tightening the grip of the city's collapsing bones. I glanced up, catching a flicker of movement ahead, a shadow shifting against the warped walls. For a second, I thought I saw a face, but the alley twisted again, and it was gone. The man leaned close, voice barely audible. "There's something else you need to know," he said. "This alley, it's not just a place. It's a trap. Designed to confuse, to disorient. The city's old infrastructure is crumbling, and whoever put this here knows how to use that." I blinked, trying to process. Designed? By who? His eyes darkened. Not who. What? It's the city itself, or rather, the people controlling it. The ones who want to keep us here, keep us lost. I shook my head. It sounded insane, like something out of a conspiracy theory. But the evidence was all around us. The shifting walls, the warped pavement, the metallic tang in the air. The footsteps behind us. The man's steady grip. We're not just trapped by the city's decay, he continued. We're trapped by the people who've turned it into a prison. They know the alley isn't on any map. They know who tries to slip through. And they're coming. I swallowed hard. The alley had shifted again. The pavement dipped sharply, forcing me to crouch low, scraping my palms against the gritty surface. The walls seemed to lean inward, narrowing until the space felt like a tunnel, suffocating and claustrophobic. My breath hitched, and I fought the rising panic. I don't understand, I said, voice trembling. Why? Why trap people here? He looked away, jaw tight. Power. Control. Fear. They want to keep certain things hidden, and anyone who stumbles onto those things, well, they disappear. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I held my breath, ears straining. Then, a voice, a man's, calm but cold, cut through the stillness. You shouldn't be here. Neither of us moved. The voice came from just around the bend, close enough that I could hear the faint scrape of fabric against cracked concrete. The man beside me tightened his grip on my arm. We have to keep moving, he whispered. Now! I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. We slipped out of the alcove, stepping carefully over the uneven pavement. The alley twisted again, the walls breathing in and out like some ancient lung. I rubbed my arms, the chill crawling beneath my skin. Wait, I said suddenly. If they're watching us, if they know where we are, how are we supposed to get out? He didn't answer right away. Then, quietly, we don't. The words hit me like a punch. No escape. No turning back. Just forward, deeper into the maze. A sharp metallic clang echoed somewhere behind us. The footsteps resumed, heavier, more urgent. I swallowed the rising bile in my mouth and forced my legs to move. One step, then another, the city's collapsing infrastructure twisting and folding around us until I couldn't tell if we were walking forward or falling backward. And somewhere in the darkness, the hunter waited. Still processing what happened, the footsteps behind us didn't slow. We don't, he said. No trace of hope in his voice. Just that cold finality. I wanted to argue, to scream, to force him to tell me there was a way out, but the sound of the heavy steps behind us had that effect of squeezing the air, cold and heavy with silence from my chest. I swallowed hard. My mouth tasted like dust and bitter metal. Do you know who's behind us? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. My words fell thin, swallowed by the oppressive night. He shook his head. No idea. Doesn't matter. They want us. That's enough. His eyes darted ahead, searching the shifting shadows, the warped pavement that seemed to pulse beneath our feet. We keep moving. No stopping. I nodded, though every instinct screamed to freeze. The walls around us weren't walls anymore, more like breathing things, pressing closer, their plaster crumbling, loose bricks jutting out like broken teeth. The alley was narrowing, squeezing tighter, and I could feel the cold seeping from the damp stones into my bones. A sudden scrape echoed from the left, a faint, grating noise, like someone dragging a heavy cart over uneven stones. The hairs on my neck prickled. I glanced sideways, catching the flicker of a broken street lamp struggling to stay lit. Its yellow glow threw long, twitching shadows that danced and shifted across the walls. I could almost swear one of the shadows moved against the grain. Did you hear that? I asked, voice shaking. He held up a finger. Shoo, his grip tightened, the pressure digging into my skin. They're close. My breath hitched. I wanted to scream, to bolt, but my legs refused to obey. Instead, I stumbled forward, every step a battle against the nausea rising in my throat. The alley twisted again, folding in on itself, and I lost all sense of direction. I couldn't tell if the ground sloped up or down, if the walls were closing in or stretching away. It was like walking inside a fever dream where nothing made sense. A sudden gust of wind carried a rotten smell, something sour and wet, like spoiled food left to rot in the heat. I gagged, covering my mouth with the back of my hand. The man didn't flinch. He just kept moving, pulling me forward. Where are we even going? I whispered, panic creeping up my spine. Somewhere safe, he said. I hope. The word hope hung between us like a fragile thread. I wanted to believe him, but the alley had other plans. The pavement beneath us cracked and buckled, sending a tremor through my legs. I nearly fell. My hand shot out, scraping against the rough plaster of the wall. The texture was gritty, bits of paint flaking off like dry skin. Behind us, the footsteps had multiplied. There were more now, shuffling, uneven, like a pack closing in. I could hear murmurs, low voices, indistinct but growing sharper. Keep quiet, the man hissed. Don't make a sound. I bit my lips so hard I tasted blood. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat louder than the last. The alley narrowed again, the walls pressing so close I could feel the damp seep into my jacket sleeves. Okay, I said, trying to steady my voice. What now? He stopped abruptly, pulling me into a small alcove cart into the wall, a tiny recess, just big enough for two people to hide. The air was thick and stale, smelling like mold and forgotten things. I crouched down, my knees scraping against the jagged concrete. From our hiding spot, I could see the alley ahead stretch out, empty and silent. But behind us, the voices had stopped. Silence. Complete silence. For a moment, I thought maybe we'd lost them. Maybe the threat had passed. My chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, sweat prickling at my temples. Then a voice cracked the silence. Low, rough, deliberate. Looking for us? The man cursed under his breath. Stay down. I pressed myself against the cold wall, my fingers trembling. The voice was close, too close. Steps shuffled past our hiding spot, slow and deliberate, boots scraping the broken pavement. Maybe they're gone, I whispered. He didn't answer. His jaw was tight, eyes sharp, scanning the shadows. Suddenly, a hand slammed against the wall beside my head. The impact reverberated through my skull. I jerked back, heart leaping into my throat. A voice whispered, harsh and close. You don't belong here. The man grabbed my arm, yanking me to my feet. Move. We bolted from the alcove, the alley suddenly alive with movement. Shadows flickered, shapes darted between crumbling walls. The pavement shifted beneath us, uneven and treacherous. I stumbled, nearly falling. The man caught me, pulling me upright. Faster, he urged, voice strained. Behind us, the chase was on again. The voices multiplied, growing louder, angrier. I could hear the crackle of broken glass underfoot, the scrape of rough fabric against stone. We turned a corner into a wider space, a forgotten courtyard littered with debris and rusted metal. The air was colder here, biting at my skin. The faint hum of city noise was gone, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in from all sides. Where now? I gasped. Through there, he said, pointing to a narrow opening in the far wall. It looked unstable, bricks missing, wires hanging loose. I hesitated. The passage looked like it might collapse at any moment. No choice, he said. They're right behind us. We darted toward the gap, the man slipping through first. I followed, squeezing through the narrow space, scraping my shoulder against rough stone. Inside, the darkness was almost suffocating. The air smelled of dust and rust, thick enough to taste. I could hear water dripping somewhere, slow and steady. The man crouched, signaling me to do the same. I pressed my back against the cold wall, heart hammering, ears straining. Did they see us? I asked. He shook his head, barely breathing. We waited. The silence stretched, broken only by the distant drip of water and the faint echo of footsteps fading away. Relief was brief. The man's eyes narrowed. We're not safe yet. Not even close. I swallowed the lump in my throat, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. The wall seemed to close in tighter here, the darkness pressing against my skin, my lungs. I wanted to give up. To scream. To run until I collapsed. But I couldn't. Because whatever was out there, whatever haunted us, was patient. And so was the city. And I was trapped inside both. A faint sound caught my attention, a whisper, almost inaudible, like the rustle of fabric against stone. Then another. Footsteps. Closer. The man grabbed my arm again. We have to move. Now. I nodded, swallowing the rising panic. One step. Then another. Into the dark. We moved when the footsteps had finally slipped away, swallowed by the labyrinthine folds of the alley. I kept my back pressed to the crumbling brick, the rough surface biting through my jacket, while the man's grip on my arm was tight enough to leave bruises. The air smelled stale and damp, like a basement left to rot, and something faintly metallic lingered beneath it, a hint of rust or old blood that I couldn't place but couldn't ignore either. Can you see a way out? I whispered, voice hoarse from holding it for so long. He shook his head, eyes darting sideways, scanning the warped walls that leaned in like towering sentinels. Not yet. But there's a street. I can feel it. I wasn't sure if he meant it literally or if it was some kind of instinct, but I clung to the hope. The alley twisted again, the pavement's cracks sprawling like veins, jagged and uneven beneath my feet. My boots scraped against loose gravel, the sound sharp in the close silence. The wall seemed to breathe, shifting imperceptibly, and I wondered if it was just my mind playing tricks or the city itself was alive in some terrible way. A faint glow slipped through a crack ahead. A flickering fluorescent bulb, hanging by a single wire, cast a sickly yellow light that buzzed like an angry insect. I squinted, trying to make out shapes beyond the dim patch. Stay close, the man said, voice low and steady. We edged forward, shadows stretching and collapsing around us. Then I heard it again, a whisper, or maybe a scrape. My pulse hit my throat. I froze. Did you hear that? I asked, barely moving my lips. He nodded, his jaw tight. They're close, but not coming this way. I wanted to believe him, but the weight of the unknown pressed down. The city had swallowed us whole, and its hunger was patient. The light flickered violently, then went out. Darkness swallowed us for a heartbeat, and then the bulb sparked back to life, revealing a figure crouched near the far end of the alley. I gasped, heart seizing. The man beside me tightened his grip, pulling me back into the shadows. The figure shifted, then disappeared around a corner. Someone's here, I said, voice shaky. Not them. Someone else. The man exhaled slowly. This place attracts all kinds. The desperate, the lost. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear mixing with the lingering metallic scent. The city wasn't just collapsing, it was rotting from the inside, a wound festering beneath the surface. We pressed on, the walls narrowing until I thought I might scrape my shoulders raw. The pavement gave way to loose cobblestones, slick with moss and something slimy. My shoes slipped. I caught myself on the wall, the rough plaster cold and crumbly under my fingers. Almost there, the man muttered. I can see the end. But the alley stretched on, longer than it should have been. I lost track of time. Minutes or hours, perhaps. The city had twisted reality into a maze where distance was meaningless and direction a lie. I wanted to scream, to demand answers, but my voice caught in my throat. The man stopped suddenly, stepping back into a small alcove. Wait, he hissed. I followed, pressing against the wall, my breath shallow. A group of figures passed by, their footsteps uneven, voices low and urgent. Did you bring it? One voice asked. A pause. Yeah, but it's not enough. The words sent a cold shiver down my spine. Not enough what? What were they trading, bargaining for in this broken place? I glanced at the man. His face was pale, eyes sharp with something like regret. They're scavengers, he whispered. Trading scraps, favors. It's a system. A twisted economy of desperation. I wanted to ask more, but the figures were gone. The alley was silent again, save for the distant hum of city life far beyond this hidden wound. We moved quickly toward the light spilling from a cracked doorway. Fresh air hit me like a slap, cool, sharp, alive. I stumbled out onto a narrow street I recognized, the hum of traffic a distant comfort. I turned to the man. What now? He looked back at the alley, shadows still curling at its entrance. We leave it behind. For now. I nodded, but the weight of what I'd seen and heard pressed down hard. The city was a cage, and we were its trapped prisoners, each step forward a gamble against the unknown. The next morning, I woke in my tiny apartment, the events of the night pressing against my mind like a slow ache. The walls around me felt thinner, as if the alley's darkness had seeped in through the cracks. I replayed every moment, every sound, every shadow. Had I imagined the shifting walls? The whispers? Or was the city itself bending reality to keep its secrets safe? I knew one thing. I wasn't the same person who had slipped into that alley. The man's warning echoed in my mind, we're not safe yet. Not even close. It wasn't just about that night. It was about everything that had come before, and everything that would come after. Days passed, and I found myself drawn back to the alley's edge, peering into the darkness like a moth to a flame. No one else seemed to see it, or if they did, they chose to look away. The city moved on, indifferent. But I couldn't. Not anymore. I started mapping the area, marking the streets, the dead ends, the places where the walls seemed to lean in too close. The alley wasn't on any official map, but it existed in the spaces between, where the city's cracks were widest. And in those cracks, people slipped through lost, hunted, bargaining with shadows. I realized then that the horror wasn't some monstrous creature lurking in the dark. It was the city itself, a place where the infrastructure was failing, where desperation bred quiet violence, and where the human mind could twist and turn until it no longer trusted its own senses. I thought about the man, his eyes full of stories he wouldn't tell, his body tense with years of running. There was something broken in him, something that mirrored the city's decay. I wondered if I was broken too. The alley had shown me a truth I couldn't unsee. The city was alive in its own way, but not with ghosts or demons. It pulsed with human fear, hope, and cruelty. It was a maze of survival, where every step was a choice between surrender and resistance. I don't know if I'll ever fully escape that alley. Not really. Its echoes have settled inside me, a constant reminder that some places and some parts of ourselves can never be mapped or understood. but I'm still here. Still moving forward. And maybe that's enough. The city waits, patient as ever, but so am I. Story 2, Bruises of Harrowsfield, a town's silent blight. The first thing I noticed was the bruise. I pushed myself up in bed, the mattress creaking under the shift. Morning light filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting narrow stripes across the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Outside, the usual hum of a town waking up, cars sputtering to life, a dog barking somewhere distant, the faint scrape of a broom against concrete. The smell of damp earth from last night's rain snuck in through the cracked window. I could taste the stale tang of coffee I'd forgotten to finish on my tongue. I stared at my arm a moment longer, then rolled over to the other side, careful not to touch the bruise again. My skin was mottled with the same pale bruises, splotchy and subtle, on my ribs and shoulders. I'd been waking up like this for months now, since the bruises first appeared, but no one could explain them. Not the doctors at the clinic, not the pharmacists at Miller's, and certainly not the neighbors who all said the same thing. It's nothing. Just something in the water, maybe. Everyone here had a theory. None made sense. The town Harrowsfield had a way of settling into you, like a slow fog rolling over a quiet lake. A place where things didn't move fast, where everyone knew everyone else's business but pretended they didn't. I'd lived here all my life, which meant I knew the rhythms of the place better than I liked. The creak of the old mill turning in the river, the early morning whistle of the freight train passing on the outskirts, the soft chatter at the diner where the regulars gathered every weekday morning. But lately, those rhythms felt off. Like a song played just slightly out of tune. I pulled on a sweater and shuffled into the kitchen, the cold linoleum tiles sending a shiver up my spine. My hands trembled a little as I poured water into the kettle, the metal clinking softly against the glass. The bruises itched faintly beneath the fabric, and I scratched at my arm without really thinking. It was an itch I couldn't quite reach, a discomfort that wasn't quite physical. I glanced out the window, watching the street start to fill with neighbors and their kids, all going about their routines. Mrs. Barlow's cat slinked past the fence, its fur matted and dirty. Mr. Jenkins was already out checking his mailbox, his gait slow, almost hesitant. Everyone looked normal enough. Normal, except for the bruises. The kettle clicked off, and I poured the hot water into my mug. The smell of herbal tea filled the air, a faint bitterness on my tongue when I took the first sip. I was halfway through when I heard the knock at the door, 3 quick raps, urgent but not frantic. I frowned. Visitors were rare this early. Usually, it was the mail carrier or maybe the paper boy, but neither came knocking like this. I set the mug down carefully, the warmth seeping through my fingers, and opened the door a crack. It was Tom, my next-door neighbor, his face pale and drawn. He looked like he hadn't slept, and there was a weird tension in the way he shifted from foot to foot. "Hey," he said quietly. Did you see this?" He held out his arm, and I blinked. There, sprawling along his forearm, was the same bruise pattern I'd seen on myself this morning. "Yeah," I said, stepping outside. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of wet grass and something faintly metallic. "Me too. Every day." He nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's getting worse. I mean, look at it. It's not just bruises anymore, they're bigger, and some people are saying they feel sore for days." His voice dropped. "I heard from Linda at the clinic that the health screenings last week found nothing wrong with anyone. Nothing." I squinted, trying to read his face. There was something else there, something he wasn't saying. Maybe afraid to say. The town had held those health screenings every year for as long as I could remember. Free checkups disguised as community care, usually held in the old town hall. I'd been to a few myself, mostly to get the yearly flu shot or check my blood pressure. Nothing ever seemed out of the ordinary, but the bruises, well, they didn't show up in the results. Have you talked to anyone else? I asked, keeping my voice low. The street was quiet, save for the distant bark and the rustle of leaves. Tom shook his head. No one wants to talk about it. You know how it is. Everyone's scared or just pretending it's nothing. Like if we say it out loud, it'll get worse. I nodded slowly, feeling the same knot twisting tighter in my gut. The silence was heavy, almost suffocating. We both glanced toward the end of the block where the clinic's old brick building sat, its windows dark and uninviting in the morning fog. Maybe it's just some weird allergy or environmental thing, I said, but the words felt hollow. I didn't believe them. Not really. Tom looked back at me, eyes sharp now. Do you remember what they said about the screenings the first time? Before I was born? When this whole thing started? I hesitated. The stories were half remembered, buried beneath layers of whispered rumors and official denials. Something about an experiment, a community health initiative that had never been fully explained. The older folks called it just a misunderstanding, but the bruise patterns. I shivered, though the morning was warm enough. I don't know. Maybe it's time to find out. Tom nodded, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Before it's too late. The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The town seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I felt it too, the weight of something just beneath the surface, something that had been there all along but was only now beginning to show its edges. And as I looked down at my arm once more, the bruise felt colder than before, like a warning carved into my skin. Something was wrong in Harrowsfield. I just hadn't figured out what yet. But I knew I had to try. Before the next morning, before the next bruise. Because if I didn't, I might not wake up at all. The next morning, the bruise was there again. I thought about Tom's words from last night. Before it's too late. It echoed in my head, sharper with the rising sun. I didn't know what too late looked like, but the bruise was a countdown. Every morning, a new mark. Everyone in Harrowsfield woke up like this. That couldn't be normal. Dragging myself out of bed, I caught my reflection in the cracked mirror by the door. My eyes looked tired, rimmed red where I'd scratched at a stubborn itch. The bruise seemed to pulse faintly under the pale skin. A reminder that whatever was happening wasn't just in my head. I dressed quickly, grabbing an old hoodie that smelled faintly of Tom's cologne. Outside, the town was just waking up. The usual quiet hum of early morning birds chirping, a distant lawnmower sputtering to life, the clink of a coffee cup somewhere down the street. But beneath all that, I felt it again. That tension. Like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting for something. I met Tom at the corner cafe, the one with the chipped green paint and the faded open sign that swung unevenly in the breeze. He was already there, hunched over a steaming cup, ice darting nervously every few seconds. The bruise on his arm was newer than mine, a fresh purple blotch blooming near his wrist. I checked the town archives, he said as soon as I sat down. Not much, but there's something about those health screenings. They weren't just random checkups, like they told us. I frowned, stirring my coffee so hard the spoon clinked against the cup's edge. The taste was bitter, burned my tongue a little. What do you mean? Like experiments? Tom nodded, lowering his voice. Exactly. They called it a longitudinal study meant to track health trends over decades. But the old records mentioned controlled exposure and physiological response monitoring. It sounds clinical, but it's vague, almost like they were hiding something. I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of how dry my mouth had become. The cafe felt smaller, the walls closing in with the weight of unspoken truths. Have you talked to Mrs. Delaney? The one who's been around since before the screening started? I asked, leaning forward. Tom shook his head. Not yet. She's careful. You know how she is. I did. Mrs. Delaney was the kind of woman who kept secrets like a fortress. Her garden was immaculate, her smiles polite but guarded. If anyone knew anything, it would be her. But approaching her meant stepping into a minefield of half-truths and old loyalties. Maybe we should start with the people who still remember before they get too old or too scared to talk, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Tom glanced around the cafe, then back at me. You really think they're scared? I nodded slowly. They have to be. Why else would no one mention the Bruises? Why would the town pretend it's nothing? Our conversation broke off as the door jingled and a couple of townsfolk stepped inside. Faces I recognized from the grocery store, the post office. None of them looked at us twice, but their eyes flicked with something I couldn't place. Suspicion? Fear? Or just exhaustion? Later, I found myself walking down Main Street, the sun higher now but the shadows still long and stretched. The rough plaster of the old brick buildings felt gritty under my fingertips as I paused outside the community center. That's where some of the screenings had taken place, decades ago, according to the records. The doors were locked, but the faded sign still hung crooked. Harrowsfield Community Health Initiative. I traced the letters with my finger, the paint peeling like dried skin. A sudden chill ran down my spine. Not from the morning air, which was warm enough, but from something deeper. The sense that I was being watched. I turned sharply, heart tightening. Only an empty street. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and distant. I swallowed, the dry bitterness rising again, and pulled my hoodie tighter around me. Back home, I spread out the papers Tom had printed, old newsletters, meeting minutes, grainy photographs of town hall gatherings from the 1970s. Faces I recognized, smiling for the camera, oblivious. Or maybe they weren't. Maybe they were just better at hiding it. One photo caught my eye. A group of older men and women standing in front of the community center, each holding what looked like a clipboard. The caption mentioned a health screening day. But something was off. On closer look, a few of the people had bruises, faint but unmistakable, on their arms and necks. The same pattern. My fingers trembled as I traced the outline of a bruise on one woman's wrist. Why hadn't I seen it before? Why had no one else? The phone rang, slicing through the quiet room. I jumped, heart pounding. It was Tom. I found something else, he said, voice low, urgent. There's a file in the library archives, Project Harrowsfield. It's restricted, but the librarian might help if we play it right. I glanced around nervously. The bruise throbbed again, sharp this time. We need to be careful, I whispered, more to myself than to Tom. If this is bigger than we thought, we're stirring up something that doesn't want to be found. He agreed. Meet me at the library tonight. After closing, we'll see what we can pull. I hung up and sat back, the room suddenly feeling colder. The weight on my arm was heavier, a physical ache that spread like a shadow across my skin. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window pane with an urgent rhythm. Something was coming. Something we hadn't seen yet. And if we weren't careful, it would be the last thing we did. The library's back door creaked under my tentative push, a sound so loud it startled even the night. Did you bring anything? I whispered, my voice catching on the cold air. He nodded, pulling a small USB drive from his pocket. I copied what I could. The folders labeled Project Harrowsfield. Sounds like some government thing from the 60s or 70s. He glanced over his shoulder, eyes sharp. We're not supposed to be here, but I thought you'd want to see it first. I nodded, already moving toward the old computer tucked away in a corner, its screen stained with fingerprints and a faint haze of grease. The hum of the machine filled the silence as I inserted the drive. A file list popped up, but most were encrypted or corrupted. One document, however, opened smoothly, a report titled Community Health Screening Protocols. I scanned the first few lines, the words twisting my stomach tighter with every sentence. It's not just health screenings, I murmured. They tested us. On purpose. Tom leaned in, his breath warm against my ear. What do you mean? They used the screenings to inject something. Chemicals, maybe. That's why we all wake up with bruises, internal damage from the injections, or reactions to whatever they put in us. The bruises weren't random at all. The air thickened between us. A distant dog barked once, sharp and anxious, then silence swallowed the sound. I rubbed my arm where the bruise pulsed like a small heartbeat beneath my skin. Why would they do that? Tom asked, voice low, almost breaking. I shook my head. Control. Experimentation. Whatever it wasn't for our benefit. Not really. A sudden noise made us both freeze, a faint scraping, like nails on wood, coming from somewhere deeper in the stacks. My muscles tensed, every instinct screaming to run. But the truth was now a trap. Turning back meant walking away from everything I'd uncovered, pretending ignorance again. I couldn't do that. We need to keep going, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. Find out who's behind this. Tom nodded, but the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows in his eyes was fragile, like a candle struggling against the wind. I pulled up another file on the screen, the text grainy but legible. It detailed names, scientists, doctors, town officials, all linked to the project. And then, the part that made my hands tremble, the last entry was dated just a few months ago. Recent. Active. They're still doing this, I whispered. Tom's jaw tightened. No wonder no one talks about those screenings. It's all a front. We dug through more documents, each one revealing layers of deceit. The town's health screenings were fronts for involuntary testing, and the bruises? Side effects of the substances injected under the guise of health monitoring. Worse, the files hinted at a secret facility beneath the old community center. The reality settled over me like a winter chill. We weren't just victims of a strange ailment. We were subjects in a continuing experiment, trapped by the very people we trusted. I glanced at Tom. We have to warn someone. His laugh was hollow. Who? Everyone's involved, or too scared to believe it. And if they're watching, we'll disappear before dawn. The bruise on my arm flared sharply. I clenched my fist against the desk, nails biting into skin. The pain was no longer just physical, it was a warning. We can't leave, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Not now. Not without proof. The library's ancient clock chimed midnight. Outside, a cold wind rattled the windows, carrying with it the distant, faint hum of a generator, possibly from the community center. A reminder that whatever was happening was close. Too close. I felt the bruise spread, a dark bloom beneath my skin, and in that moment, I knew my life had changed forever. There was no turning back. Not when the rot ran this deep. A sudden flash of footsteps echoed down the hall. We froze. The door handle rattled. Someone else was here. Someone who didn't want us to know the truth. The light flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by our ragged breaths and the distant, uneven thuds of footsteps retreating. I waited, every muscle taut, straining to catch any hint of movement beyond the door. The darkness clung to us like a shroud, thick and impenetrable, but I refused to let it swallow the truth we uncovered. "Did you see who it was?" I whispered, voice barely audible, yet sharp with urgency. "No," came the reply, breathless and cautious. "But whoever it was, they didn't want us here." My fingers brushed against the cold metal of the flashlight in my pocket. It was a small comfort, a sliver of control in a moment that felt increasingly uncontrollable. I clicked it on, the beam slicing through the blackness, illuminating the cramped hallway with a pale halo. The door creaked slightly, as if testing its own strength against an unseen force. I edged forward, every step measured, heart hammering against my ribs like a warning drum. The walls, once familiar and mundane, now seemed alien, stained with shadows and secrets. A faint scent hung in the air, something sharp, metallic. Blood? I swallowed hard. The bruise on my arm throbbed in time with my pulse, a cruel reminder of the price we might pay for digging too deep. "We need to move," I said softly, eyes scanning for any sign of escape routes or hidden passages. "Before they come back." A distant siren wailed, its mournful cry weaving through the claustrophobic corridors. The world outside was unraveling, and here we were, trapped in the eye of the storm. As I led the way, every nerve screamed to run, but I forced myself to stay steady. Because running wasn't enough anymore. Not when the rot had spread so far, not when the darkness was waiting, patient and relentless, just beyond the light. The door groaned again as I pushed it open wider, the hinges scraping against the cold plaster like fingernails on a chalkboard. Ahead, the corridor stretched into darkness, the flickering overhead light casting broken shadows that danced with every flicker. I swallowed hard. "We need to move," I repeated, voice barely a whisper. My breath came shallow, uneven, as if the air itself was conspiring against me. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full, thick with waiting. Footsteps echoed behind me, slow and deliberate. I didn't turn. I knew it wasn't anyone I trusted. I could hear the scrape of shoes on concrete, the faint rustle of fabric. My pulse spasmed. I wanted to run, but my legs felt leaden, trapped beneath the weight of the unknown. "Stop." The voice was low, controlled, but there was an edge, sharp and cold like broken glass. It sliced through the silence, and I flinched. "You shouldn't be here." The words weren't a question. They were a warning. In that moment, the hallway seemed to shrink, the walls closing in with a suffocating pressure. I could taste the dust, gritty and dry against my tongue. My fingers scraped along the rough plaster, searching for something, anything, to steady myself. The flickering light buzzed, its stutter matching the erratic beat of my heart. "Why?" I managed, voice cracking. "Why do we all wake up like this? The bruises, the pain, what is this place?" No answer. Just the echo of my own voice bouncing back at me. The footsteps drew closer, deliberate, measured. I backed up slowly, the cold floor numb beneath my shoes. My mind raced, grasping for memories, for clues. The old pamphlet I found, the community health screenings that never made sense, the strange nods and half-smiles from the town's officials. It all pointed here, to this place, to whatever this was. A hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with an iron grip. The skin turned white under the pressure, sharp pain flaring where the bruise had first appeared. I bit down on my lip, tasting blood. The person who held me didn't say a word, just pulled me forward, deeper into the maze of shadowed halls. We entered a room that smelled of bleach and old paper. A single desk sat under a bare bulb, cluttered with yellowed files and a flickering computer screen. The air was stale, heavy with neglect. The person released my wrist, stepping back into the shadows. "Look," they said, voice low enough to be almost a whisper, "you don't understand what you're dealing with. This isn't about health screenings or accidents. It's something else. Something bigger." I scanned the files, the typed letters blurring together. Names, dates, notes about experiments, behavioral tests, chemical trials, something called Protocol 27. The words made my stomach twist. The bruises. The collective silence. The waking up with the same marks. It wasn't random. It was control. "Why?" I asked again, voice barely steady. "Why us? Why this town?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, they moved toward the door, glancing back with a look I couldn't read. "They're watching. They always are. You need to leave. Now." I hesitated, torn between the urge to run and the need to understand. My fingers brushed over the edge of a file, the paper rough and fragile beneath my skin. The words inside could change everything. Yet, stepping outside meant facing the unknown, whatever force had been shaping this town for decades. Outside, the distant siren wept through the night, a mournful sound that carried on the cold wind. I swallowed hard and nodded. "I'm coming." The door shut behind us with a finality that echoed in my chest. The darkness outside was no less threatening than the shadows within. But now, I was part of it. Part of the secret that had bound us all. And there was no turning back. The streetlights flickered erratically, casting fractured halos on the cracked pavement. Every step I took felt heavier, as if the weight of unseen eyes pressed down on my shoulders. The town's silence was punctuated only by the distant, intermittent wail of that siren, a sound that seemed both a warning and a lament. I tightened my coat against the chill, the fabric doing little to shield me from the unease crawling along my spine. Ahead, a faint glow seeped from a narrow alley, the only beacon in an otherwise suffocating gloom. My companion's footsteps were steady beside me, a reminder that I was now alone, yet the sense of isolation clung stubbornly to my thoughts. Memories of whispered rumors and half-forgotten warnings swirled in my mind, tales of disappearances, of shadows that didn't quite belong to the night, of a force watching, waiting. We paused at the alley's mouth. The air smelled damp, tinged with something metallic and raw. I glanced back once, catching the dim outline of the town behind us, its secrets locked tight as ever. Then, steeling myself, I stepped forward. The walls closed in, the darkness thickening, but with each footfall, a fragile resolve built within me. This was more than curiosity now, it was a necessity. To unravel the town's grip, I had to walk deeper into its heart, into the unknown that had shaped us all. Shadows shifted, whispering fragments of forgotten tales, urging me onward. The alley swallowed us whole, the damp air clinging like a second skin. We reached the end of the alley where a rusted door leaned slightly ajar, its hinges groaning like a slow breath. I pushed it open, the scent of old paper and stale disinfectant washing over me. Inside was a cramped office, dim light flickering from a single bulb overhead that buzzed like it might give up at any second. Filing cabinets lined one wall, their drawers half open as if someone had fled in a hurry or never bothered to close them properly. The floor was littered with yellow papers and broken glass, crunching beneath our feet. I knelt down, pulling a brittle folder from the mess. The label was faded but unmistakable, Community Health Initiative Project Log. My hands trembled slightly as I flipped through the pages. Handwritten notes, typed reports, all dated back decades. There it was, the experiment. A health screening program that promised to monitor the town's wellness but had slipped into something darker, something secret and cruel. The bruises. The synchronized injuries. They'd been deliberate, side effects of whatever injections or treatments had been administered under the guise of care. I felt a sharp sting in my arm and realized I was clutching the folder too tightly. The realization hit hard. Our town had been a test subject all along, every one of us unwilling participants in a long-forgotten trial. The silence, the collective amnesia, the same bruises on every waking body, none of it was random. They'd engineered this, wrapped it in community trust and smiles, then disappeared, leaving us with the scars. My companion exhaled sharply. "So, what now?" His voice was low, wary. "I don't know." I swallowed hard, the weight of the truth settling like a stone in my chest. We can't just tell everyone. They won't believe us. And even if they did, what then? Who do we turn to when the people who were supposed to protect us are the ones who betrayed us? The room seemed to close in, the walls pressing closer with every breath. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a shattered window pane, pale, eyes rimmed red from sleepless nights, bruises still fresh beneath my sleeves. The town looked back at me, broken and silent. "We need proof," I said finally. "Something concrete. Something that can't be ignored." He nodded slowly. "And if we find it, then maybe we have a chance. Maybe we can break the silence." We spent hours sifting through the scattered files, piecing together the fragments of a story no one wanted to tell. Names of doctors long gone, locations marked on crumbling maps, references to substances that had been tested here under controlled conditions. It all pointed to the same conclusion. The town had been a laboratory, a place where human lives were data points, and trust was the currency of deception. By the time dawn seeped through the cracked window, the weight of what we'd uncovered was unbearable. I stepped outside, the chill morning air biting at my skin, and looked back at the alley. It was just another shadow now, a dark secret buried beneath layers of brick and silence. The next days were a blur. We moved cautiously, sharing bits of the truth with a few trusted neighbors, watching the slow fracture of the town's facade. Some denied outright, eyes wary and cold, others whispered their own stories, memories tangled in confusion and fear. The bruises didn't fade. They became badges of a shared suffering, a physical reminder of the invisible chains binding us all. I found myself avoiding mirrors, unwilling to face the bruises that marked not just my skin but my identity. Sleep was elusive, every creak and shadow a reminder of what was waiting just beneath the surface. Trust was a rare commodity now, replaced by suspicion and quiet dread. One evening, I sat on my porch, the fading light casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The town was silent except for the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of leaves stirred by a cold wind. I thought about the people we'd lost, not just to the experiment, but to the silence that followed. The ones who had disappeared without a trace, swallowed by the very darkness we were trying to expose. A knock at the door startled me. It was a woman from down the street, her eyes wide and tired. She handed me a folded piece of paper. Inside were names, dozens of them, people who had vanished over the years, their disappearances quietly recorded but never questioned. "We have to keep going," she said. "For them." Her words settled in my bones. This wasn't just about uncovering a secret anymore. It was about reclaiming a future from the ruins of the past. In the weeks that followed, the town changed. Not overnight, but slowly. Walls that had held secrets began to crumble. Conversations sparked in hushed tones, glances exchanged with new understanding. The bruises remained, stubborn and raw, but they no longer felt like a curse. They were a call to action, a shared wound that connected us in a way silence never could. I'm not naive enough to think this is over. The experiment's echoes will linger, a constant reminder of the price we paid for silence. But there's something else now, a fragile hope, a resolve born from pain and truth. I've learned that fear can be a cage, but it can also be a key. The bruises on my skin will fade eventually, but the scars they left on my soul have changed me. I won't forget. I can't. The town is still tight-knit, But the ties are different now. We've been broken, yes, but also awakened. And as the sun rises over the cracked streets, I'm beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, we'll find a way to heal. Silence. Complete silence. And then, finally, a whisper. Story 3, Silent Statues, Watching Eyes in the Studio. I never thought a single afternoon could unsettle me so thoroughly. Her studio was tucked away in an old warehouse district, a place where the air always smelled faintly of machine oil and dust, even when the weather was warm. The building's brickwork was cracked, uneven, and the windows were smeared with layers of grime that filtered the sunlight into a dull gray. I remember the creak of the front door as I pushed inside, the way the floorboards moaned beneath my boots, and the smell of turpentine mixed with something else, something sharp, almost metallic. The artist didn't greet me at the door. Instead, I heard the soft scrape of a brush on canvas before I spotted her, a woman with a mess of dark hair tied loosely back, paint smudges on her hands and forearms. She barely looked up, nodding once when I introduced myself. Her studio was cluttered but lived in. Canvases leaned against walls, some covered with sheets, others half-finished portraits of faces I couldn't quite place. The faint hum of a radio played classical music low enough to be just background noise. "You want your portrait done here?" she asked without turning around. Her voice was calm, almost too calm, with the faintest trace of something I couldn't name. Curiosity, maybe. Or caution. I nodded, feeling a bit ridiculous sitting there in my jacket, trying to appear patient. Yes. I wanted to feel real. Not just a copy. She finally looked up, her eyes sharp beneath heavy brows. "Real is tricky. You're sure you want that?" I gave a half smile. "I want to see myself differently." That was the beginning of something I didn't yet understand. The sessions were slow. She worked in silence mostly, except for the occasional question about a detail, how the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows hit my cheek, the way my hands rested on my knees. I noticed how carefully she arranged her brushes, mixing colors with a precision that felt almost obsessive. The air in the studio was thick with the scent of oil paint and an underlying musk that made my skin crawl just a little. After the second session, I started noticing little things out of place. A canvas that had been leaning against the left wall was now slightly angled, as if someone had brushed past it. I chalked it up to the artist moving things around when I wasn't looking. But then, the faintest footprints appeared on the dusty floor near the window, too small and too neat to be mine. I checked my shoes. They were clean, but the print suggested a socked foot or something softer. I mentioned it casually the next time I was there. "Hey, did you move this canvas? It looks different." She glanced over her shoulder, a flicker of something like annoyance or maybe surprise crossing her features. "I keep things where they need to be. You sure you're not imagining it?" I shrugged. "Maybe. The light's weird in here." She didn't press it, but I caught her watching me a little longer than usual. That made me uneasy. I told myself it was nothing, just the kind of hyper-awareness you get when you're in a strange place. One afternoon, I arrived earlier than usual. The sky was overcast, and a cold wind rattled the studio's old windows. The artist wasn't there. The studio was empty except for the faint hum of the heater and the smell of damp plaster. I wandered over to the canvas she'd been working on. My portrait. It was halfway done, but something about it unsettled me. The eyes looked too sharp, too knowing, as if they were watching me instead of being painted. I stepped back, and that's when I noticed it, the faint outline of a small lens embedded in the corner of the canvas frame. My breath caught. I crouched, running my fingers over the wood's rough edge. There was no mistaking it, a camera, hidden in plain sight. I stood up quickly, my skin prickling with a cold sweat. Why would she do that? I wasn't just a subject in a painting anymore. I was a watch thing. The thought made the room feel smaller, air heavier. I checked the rest of the studio, moving canvases, tapping walls. There were more tiny lenses tucked behind paint jars, inside light fixtures, even inside the brushes she used. I had to leave. I wanted to slam the door behind me, but the sound felt too loud, too exposed. Outside, the air was fresher, colder, but the unease followed me like a shadow. That night, I sat in my apartment, the taste of cold coffee lingering on my tongue and the faint sound of traffic beyond my window. I kept thinking about the artist, her quiet smile, the way she never really looked away from me during those sessions. Had I been her subject all along? Not just for art, but for something else? I know how that sounds. Paranoia is a slippery slope. Maybe I was just tired, or the city's dampness was getting to me. But the cameras, they weren't a mistake. They were deliberate. I didn't know what she was watching for, or why. But I realized then that the portrait wouldn't just capture my face. It had become a window when she was watching me through, stroke by stroke. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to be seen. A shiver ran down my spine as I glanced toward the corner where the lens hid, feeling exposed beyond the canvas, vulnerable in ways I hadn't anticipated. The next morning, I woke up still tangled in the shadows of the night before. I forced myself out of bed, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. The city outside was waking up, distant sirens wailing, the faint hum of early traffic, a dog barking somewhere too far to pinpoint. I dressed quickly, pulled on a jacket even though the sun was already creeping through the window. I needed to go back to the studio, to check again, to find something I'd missed. The bus ride was a blur of gray skies and muffled conversations. When I arrived, the building looked the same, weathered brick, a crooked door frame, the faint scent of turpentine mixed with damp wood. But the air inside was different. Heavier. Charged. I stepped through the threshold and the cool, stale smell of oil paint and canvas hit me like a wave. The studio was silent except for the faint creak of the floorboards underfoot. I remembered how the artist, Marla, had arranged the canvases when I was last there, her portraits leaning against the walls, some half-finished, some just outlines. But this time, something was off. The large canvas that had been propped near the window was now shifted, tilted slightly, just enough to catch the light differently. I frowned. Had it been like that before? I was sure it had stood straight. I moved closer, fingers brushing against the rough edges of the frame. The paint was still tacky, the brush strokes fresh. I could smell the faint undertone of linseed oil, sharp and almost bitter in the morning air. The sun outside caught on a tiny glint near the corner of the frame. I crouched down, heart picking up pace. A small, almost imperceptible lens stared back at me. Hidden in the folds of the canvas, a camera no bigger than a marble. My breath hitched. I knew it was there, but finding it was something else entirely. I felt like a fool. How had I missed it before? Or was it placed more recently, after I left? I swallowed hard and stood up, scanning the room. Every canvas, every painting, every shadow could be hiding something. I moved toward the shelves cluttered with brushes and jars thick with colored water. I lifted a jar, the glass cool and smooth to the touch, and caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate, coming from the back room. I froze. My pulse hammered in my ears. The studio was supposed to be empty. Marla had told me she'd be out for the morning. But someone was here. I crept toward the door, pressing my ear against the rough wood. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a faint shuffle. Something metallic clicked. I pulled back and leaned against the wall, heart knocking hard enough to make me dizzy. Who else could be here? The thought pricked through my skin like icy needles. I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out. Finally, I whispered, "Marla?" No answer. I peeked around the corner and saw nothing but a narrow hallway leading to a cluttered kitchenette. The place looked untouched, except for a small envelope lying on the counter. I crossed the room, the floorboards creaking underfoot, and picked it up. The paper was thick, off-white, and smelled faintly of lavender and dust. Inside, a note in Marla's meticulous handwriting. "If you're reading this, you found the cameras. I hoped you wouldn't. I'm sorry it has to be this way. There is more to see, more to understand. Don't trust the eyes you think are watching." I blinked. The message was cryptic, unsettling. More to understand? I muttered, running my fingers over the words. The handwriting was elegant, almost delicate, belying the tension beneath. A sudden noise made me jump. The front door slammed shut somewhere behind me, the sound sharp and echoing. I spun around. No one. The studio felt colder now. The sunlight filtering through the dusty windows seemed weaker, like the walls themselves were closing in. I felt a trickle of sweat at my hairline, the back of my neck prickling. I needed to find out what Marla meant, but I also needed to be careful. I decided to search for the cameras systematically. If she was watching me, I wanted to turn the tables, to see everything she saw, every angle, every frame. I moved back to the main room, eyes scanning the surfaces, the wooden beams overhead, the corners where the walls met. Small, dark dots caught my attention here and there. Tiny holes drilled into the plaster. I crouched, running my hand over the floor by the baseboards. The faint imprint of footprints in the dust. Someone had been pacing here, waiting. My fingers trembled slightly as I pulled out my phone and opened the flashlight app. The narrow beam cut through the gloom, illuminating edges and crevices. Behind a thick curtain, I spotted the glint of another lens, camouflaged against the fabric's folds. I leaned in closer, heart racing. "Why?" I whispered, voice barely audible. There was no answer, just the sound of my own breathing and the distant rumble of traffic. I pulled back and moved toward the easel where my portrait sat, half finished. The paint still wet, the colors vivid, a strange, intimate record of me, captured in every brushstroke. I reached out, fingertips brushing the canvas, feeling the texture, the ridges of paint. And then I noticed it, a tiny black speck near the frame's edge. Another lens. My stomach clenched. I stepped away, pacing the room in a restless circle. The more I looked, the more cameras I found hidden in paintbrush handles, tucked behind jars, embedded in the wooden frame of an old mirror. It was like a spider's web, each thread connected, each eye watching. I wasn't just the subject of a portrait. I was the subject of surveillance. The thought made my skin crawl. I sat down heavily on a rickety stool, my hands shaking as I pulled out the envelope again. The note's words echoed in my mind. Don't trust the eyes you think are watching. If not Marla's cameras, then whose? What else was I missing? My phone vibrated suddenly in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart in my throat. A message from an unknown number. Stop looking. You don't know what's at stake. I stared at the screen, the words burning into my vision. The shadows deepened around me. The studio was no longer a refuge or a place of creation. It was a trap, and I was caught in its center. Outside, the city moved on, indifferent, noisy, alive. But here, in this cramped, paint-scented room, the walls whispered secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. I slipped the envelope and my phone into my pocket. I had to find Marla. Or at least confront her. But as I turned toward the door, a sudden noise behind me made me freeze, a soft creak, like a floorboard shifting under weight. I wasn't alone. Silence. You're part of the canvas now. My breath caught. The door clicked shut, and I realized I might never leave the studio the same way I came in. The creak came again, soft and deliberate. Not the random groan of old wood settling, but something deliberate, like a footstep paused, waiting. I didn't move. My breath caught somewhere near my ribs, shallow and quick. The studio, once a cavern of quiet creativity, felt suddenly claustrophobic, like the walls were inching closer, pressing in with every heartbeat. I scanned the dim corners, the shadows pooling under the heavy drapes and behind the cluttered shelves. Nothing moved. Still, the air had changed. It smelled metallic, faintly acidic, like the tang of old paint thinner mixed with something else, something sharper. I edged toward the door, every muscle taut. My fingers brushed the envelope in my pocket, the note inside folded tight but pulsing with urgency. The message on my phone blinked silently, a ghostly pulse in the dark. Stop looking. You don't know what's at stake. That warning had settled into my bones overnight, a warning that felt more real now, more immediate. I didn't know who was watching me, but I could not shake the feeling that I was no longer just the subject of a painting. I was the subject of an obsession. The door was just ahead, the knob cold under my palm. I hesitated, then yanked it open. The hallway beyond was empty, illuminated by the sickly yellow glow of a single flickering bulb. I stepped out, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. No sign of anyone. No footsteps. No whisper of breath. I leaned against the peeling plaster wall, heart still thudding like a drum. The city's distant hum seeped through the cracked window, the occasional bark of a dog, sirens wailing far off. Life moving on without me. But I wasn't going anywhere. Not yet. The truth was there, buried somewhere in this studio's layers of paint and dust. I just had to find it. The next morning, exhaustion clung to me like a second skin. I woke with a dry mouth and an uneasy tightness between my shoulder blades. The studio had transformed overnight in my mind from sanctuary to prison. Every surface seemed to watch me, every canvas hiding secrets. I forced myself back inside, the heavy wooden door creaking shut behind me. The light was harsher now, midday sun slanting through grimy windows, casting long shadows across the scattered brushes and paint tubes. I needed answers. I started where I hadn't looked closely before, the canvases themselves. They were still leaning against the far wall, some half-finished portraits, others abstract swirls of color. But something was off. The largest canvas, the one Marla had been working on when I arrived, wasn't where I'd left it. It had shifted slightly, angled away from the wall, as if someone had pulled it out just enough to peer behind. I knelt down, brushing dust from the floor. Faint footprints marred the grime near the baseboard, small, delicate prints, like bare feet or soft slippers. They stretched from the corner beneath the canvas toward the doorway. I stood abruptly, a chill racing down my spine. How long had someone been sneaking around here? And why? My mind raced, piecing together what I'd seen before, the subtle changes in the studio, the inexplicable shifting of things, the strange feeling of being watched. Marla. She was the only other person with access. But why would she watch me through hidden cameras? What was she hoping to capture beyond my likeness? I moved back to the canvas, running my fingers along its rough edges, looking for any signs of tampering. That's when I saw it, a tiny hole, almost invisible, drilled into the stretcher frame, hidden beneath the thick layers of paint and gesso. I crouched closer, the faintest glint of glass catching the light. A camera lens. My breath caught. My fingers trembled as I traced the wiring that disappeared behind the frame, sneaking into the wall. Someone had been recording me all along, watching every move, every expression. The studio wasn't just a place of art. It was a carefully constructed prison of observation. I sank back onto a dusty crate, heart hammering. There was no going back now. The cameras confirmed it. The truth was worse than I'd feared. Marla wasn't just eccentric. She was invasive, obsessive, and terrifyingly methodical. My phone vibrated again. I pulled it out, hand shaking. "Why do you keep looking?" the new message read. I stared at the words, the cold sweat starting to bead on my forehead. There was no turning away. Not anymore. I had crossed a line I couldn't uncross. Outside, the city carried on, indifferent and deaf to my spiraling thoughts. But inside the studio, the walls seemed to close tighter, the air thicker, heavier with the weight of eyes I couldn't see but felt burning into my skin. I had no idea how long I'd been watched. No idea who else might be watching now. I stood up, the envelope heavy in my pocket. The note, the cameras, the messages, they were all pieces of the same puzzle. And the picture they painted was far darker than any portrait. I had to find Marla. Confront her. But as I reached the door, the faintest sound brushed the edge of my hearing, a soft scrape, like a chair being dragged across the floor. I wasn't alone. Not anymore. I froze, breath hitching as the scrape echoed again, slow and deliberate, like a predator assessing its prey. I swallowed hard and stepped back, pressing my back against the rough plaster wall. The envelope in my pocket felt like a stone, its weight anchoring me to the moment, reminding me of everything I'd uncovered and everything I still didn't understand. The message, "Why do you keep looking?" reverberated in my mind like a warning. Not a question, but a command. "Marla," I whispered, voice barely audible, hoping she'd answer, that she'd reveal herself and explain the madness that had taken root beneath her quiet, artistic veneer. But the studio remained silent. The faint scrape stopped. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then, a soft creak from behind the stacked canvases, a subtle shift that set my nerves aflame. I edged toward the corner where the paintings leaned, breath shallow, muscles coiled tight. One canvas, the one with the half-finished portrait of me, eyes dark and arresting, had shifted just a fraction. I reached out, fingers brushing the rough canvas, and felt a hollow space behind it. My pulse thundered. I pulled the painting forward, revealing a small panel cut clean into the wall. Inside, nestled in the shadow, was a cluster of tiny lenses, cameras, microphones, watching me, listening, trapped in the quiet voyeurism of Marla's obsession. My skin prickled, and I staggered back, heart hammering in my ears. The studio wasn't just a place for painting. It was a cage, a theater where I was the unwilling actor, every twitch and blink recorded, dissected, replayed. A low creak sounded again, this time from the far side of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I wasn't alone. Whoever was here with me wasn't interested in hiding anymore. The air grew colder, the flicker of the overhead bulb casting jittery shadows that danced like ghosts on cracked plaster. I swallowed the sudden tightness in my throat and called out, voice trembling but steady. "Marla, you need to stop this. Please." No answer. Then, from behind another canvas, footsteps, soft but deliberate, pressed into the floorboards. I could almost hear the faint rustle of fabric, the scrape of shoes. Someone was approaching, and each step chipped away at my resolve. I considered running out, but the door was behind me, and the figure had the advantage. I needed to confront her, to force the truth from the depths that had swallowed her whole. If I turned away now, I'd never know why. "Why?" I demanded, voice cracking with emotion I tried to suppress. "Why watch me like this? What do you want from me?" A shadow detached itself from the darkness, a shape, tall and lean, features obscured by the flickering light. Marla. Her eyes gleamed, cold and unreadable. For a moment, she said nothing, just stood there, like a statue carved from shadow. Then, quietly, she said, "Because you're the only one who sees me." The words sent a shiver down my spine. I wanted to deny it, to tell her she was wrong, but something in her tone, the desperation beneath the calm, made me hesitate. I'd been so focused on my own fear that I hadn't considered her loneliness, the isolation that had twisted into something dark and obsessive. "You don't understand," she continued, voice almost a whisper. "It's not just watching. It's capturing. Preserving. Every brushstroke is a conversation, every glance a confession. You don't want to disappear, do you?" The question hung between us like a noose. I wanted to step back, to run, to scream. But my legs felt rooted, as if the studio itself had swallowed all my strength. "I'm not your subject," I said, voice firmer now. "I'm a person. Not some project." Marla's smile was thin, fragile. "You think I don't know that? I've spent years alone, painting faces that never answered back. You're different. You move, you breathe, you change. I need to understand that. To hold it still." I swallowed hard, trying to process the confession, the raw truth tangled in her words. The studio felt smaller, suffocating. I wanted air, like anything but this suffocating intimacy. Then my eyes caught the envelope in my pocket. The note inside, the messages, they weren't just threats. They were pleas, warnings, cries for connection twisted into something dangerous. "I can help you," I said, stepping closer despite the knot in my stomach. "But you have to stop. This watching, it's not healthy. Not for either of us." Marla looked away, the sharp lines of her face softening for a heartbeat. "You don't get to decide that," she said quietly. "Not anymore." The tension snapped like a wire. Her movements quickened, and the room seemed to tilt. I stumbled back, heart racing, sweat slicking my skin. The cameras blinked silently, capturing everything, the fear, the desperation, the fragile line between control and chaos. A sudden crashing sound jolted me. Marla lunged toward a side table, toppling brushes and jars of paint. The smell of oil and turpentine mixed with the sharp tang of cold metal from the broken frame she grabbed. I ducked instinctively, eyes wide. She wasn't violent, at least not physically, but her presence was overwhelming, a storm of obsession and fractured sanity. I had to get out. Now! But as I moved toward the door, my foot caught on something, a thin wire, nearly invisible against the floorboards. I tripped, crashing forward. The room spun, the cameras blinking in the dim light like eyes that never blinked. The last thing I saw before hitting the floor was Marla's face, inches from mine, her breath cold and uneven. "Stay," she whispered. "Don't leave me behind." Silence. Complete silence. Then the door clicked shut. I was trapped inside her world, surrounded by eyes that never blinked, and a woman who was unraveling faster than I could comprehend. The portrait wasn't just a painting anymore. It was a prison, and I was its latest prisoner. The door stayed shut. I didn't know what I was waiting for. Rescue? Mercy? Or maybe just for this nightmare to break apart on its own. The studio smelled like turpentine and dust, the air heavy and stale. Somewhere outside, a dog barked in the distance, sharp and sudden against the silence. My hands trembled, fingers tracing the edge of the doorframe as if I could pull it open. Minutes passed. Or maybe longer. Time had lost meaning. When the door finally clicked, I flinched, expecting her face, or worse. Instead, it was the landlord, a janitor, someone from the outside world. The dull thud of keys falling into his pocket was a lifeline I hadn't dared hope for. I didn't speak. I just stepped out, blinking against the dim hallway light, the cool night air pressing against my skin like a promise. I found a bench in the lobby and sat, my legs too weak to carry me further. The portrait, the one that had started this whole mess, was still in the studio. Marla's world, her prison, waiting behind that door. I thought of those cameras, the way she watched me, studied me, as if I were some specimen trapped under glass. At first, I wanted to burn the whole place down. Not literally, because that would be reckless, but to erase every trace of that suffocating gaze. But I didn't. I wanted answers. I needed to understand what had pushed her to this, to unravel the threads of her obsession without losing myself in the process. The next morning, after a restless night of half-dreams and shadows, I called the police. I told them about the studio, the cameras, the wire on the floor. They arrived quickly, their presence a strange comfort amid the chaos. I led them back to the studio, where the air still smelled faintly of oil paint and something metallic, Marla's breath, maybe, lingering in the walls. They found the cameras, tiny, hidden behind paintbrushes, inside jars, perched in corners like silent sentinels. Each one angled to capture every moment of my sitting sessions, every twitch of expression, every blink. The violation settled heavily in my chest. The officers asked questions. Calm, professional. They didn't judge. At least, not out loud. I told them about Marla, about how she'd seemed so haunted, so desperate to capture something in me that wasn't there. They nodded, took notes, and promised to check her out. But I knew the truth wasn't going to be so simple. Marla wasn't just an eccentric artist. She was broken. And broken people don't always get fixed by the law. In the days that followed, I avoided the studio. The scent of turpentine was poison in my mind. The memory of those unblinking lenses haunted every quiet moment. I found myself jumping at shadows, watching over my shoulder on the street, reluctant to meet any eyes too long. The cameras had stolen something from me, my privacy, my sense of safety, my trust. I started seeing a therapist, someone recommended by a friend. I was skeptical at first. Talking felt like exposing a raw wound to the cold air. But it helped. Bit by bit, I peeled back the layers of fear and frustration. I realized how much Marla's obsession had mirrored something inside me, my own need to be seen, to be understood, twisted into something dangerous. One afternoon, after a session, I stopped by the local art gallery. They had an exhibit on reclusive artists, some of whom had vanished into their own minds, lost to the world. I wandered through the rooms, the quiet hum of footsteps and whispered conversations wrapping around me like a balm. There was nothing supernatural here, no ghosts, just human stories, fragile and flawed. I thought about Marla again. Not with fear, but with a strange kind of sadness. She'd been invisible before, an outsider crumbling under the weight of her own mind. Her cameras were her way of reaching out, twisted as it was. I wished I could have helped her before it got so bad. Eventually, the landlord informed me that Marla had moved out. No forwarding address. The studio was cleaned out, scrubbed and repainted. The portrait stayed behind, or rather, it never really existed in a form I could take with me. It was a ghost now, a thing half-finished and full of secrets. I never returned to that building. But sometimes, when the light hits the corner of my apartment just right, I catch a glimpse of something, the faintest shadow, the hint of brush strokes in the air, and I remember. The way it felt to be watched so closely, to be trapped inside someone else's obsession. The experience changed me. Not shattered me, not destroyed, but cracked open in a way that let new light in. I'm more cautious now, yes. Wary of strangers and their intentions. but I'm also more aware of the fragile line between connection and control, between art and invasion. I keep a small notebook where I jot down thoughts, memories, even sketches. Sometimes I draw little eyes, watching but not judging, just present. It's a reminder that being seen isn't always a trap. It can be a bridge. Marla's shadow lingers, quiet but undeniable. But I'm not her prisoner anymore. I'm free to step out from the corners, to live with the echoes and the scars. Not healed, perhaps, but whole enough to move forward. And that, I think, is something. Story 4, A Mirage of the Forsaken, Haunting Desert Pursuit. The heat hit me before I even opened my eyes. I was sitting on sand that felt like broken glass beneath me. The grains slipped through my fingers with a dry whisper as I tried to push myself up. My legs trembled, or maybe that was the heat warping my senses. The air shimmered in waves, and I blinked hard, trying to focus on the horizon. A flicker of green teased the edges of my vision. I thought it was an oasis. But I knew better. I had been chasing that mirage for hours, maybe days. I wasn't sure anymore. Time had become slippery, like the sand under my boots, and my watch was broken, the glass cracked and useless. My throat burned with thirst, a sharp, gnawing ache that made swallowing a chore. Every breath tasted like dust and regret. I shifted, trying to stand, but everything spun. My knees buckled, and I caught myself with shaking hands. The sun was a furnace overhead, and the sweat stung my eyes. I wiped at them with the back of my hand, tasting salt and grit. "Get it together," I muttered, voice hoarse and barely more than a rasp. "You're not done yet." The desert was a vast, empty stage, but I wasn't alone. I could feel it, something watching just beyond the heat haze. Not an animal, no. There was a chill in the air, faint but undeniable, that suggested human eyes tracking my every move. I told myself it was paranoia, but the hairs on my neck stood up anyway. I had started this trip thinking it would be an adventure, a break from everything that felt like it was closing in on me back home. A week of solitude, some hiking, maybe a little photography. Nothing extreme. Just the kind of escape you find in travel brochures with glossy pictures that never show the real grit and desperation. Now, this was the real grit. I remembered the last time I'd seen another person 3 days ago. Maybe more. A man walking just ahead of me on a narrow dirt trail, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. We exchanged a nod, no words. Something about him didn't sit right, but I didn't have the energy to care. I'd been moving forward, step by step, chasing that shimmering promise of water, that illusion of life. I tasted dust again, gritty and faintly metallic. My tongue felt swollen, and my lips cracked when I tried to smile at myself in the reflection of a broken mirror shard I'd salvaged from my pack. The desert wasn't just a place, it was a slow, grinding test of endurance and sanity. I shuffled forward, each step a negotiation between my will and the exhaustion that gripped my body. The sun was merciless, burning the backs of my legs through my clothes. I could feel the fabric sticking to my skin, rough and abrasive. My shirt was soaked through with sweat, and the stench of it made me want to gag. The horizon wavered again, and the green shimmer solidified a small pool of water, fringed by palm trees. I blinked twice, then quickened my pace, heart picking up. Hope surged briefly, sharp and sweet like the scent of wildflowers I could no longer remember. But when I reached the spot, the oasis had vanished. Just sand, sun, and the same unyielding emptiness. I sank down, my fingers clawing at the dirt, desperate to touch something real. The disappointment twisted inside me, sharper than the heat. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe through it. "Not real," I whispered. "Just heat tricks." The silence around me was thick, almost suffocating. No birds, no insects, No wind. Just the faint, unsettling hum of the sun beating down, and then something else. A low rustle, like fabric brushing against sand. I froze, every nerve stretched taut. I looked around, heart slamming in my chest. Nothing. The desert held its breath. A dry laugh escaped me, bitter and hollow. "You're seeing things," I said aloud, though my voice cracked and trembled. "You're losing it." But deep down, I wasn't so sure. I forced myself to stand again, legs shaking like brittle twigs. I had to keep moving, keep chasing that illusion. Because if I stopped, if I let the desert win, then what was left? The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched and warped like fingers over the sand. The temperature dropped just enough to sting my skin with a sudden coldness that felt unnatural. I pulled my hat down tighter and scanned the horizon. Somewhere out there, beyond the glassy heat waves, something waited. And it wasn't the desert. I swallowed hard, tasted blood this time, and started walking. The crunch of my boots against cracked earth was the only sound breaking the eerie silence, save for the distant call of a lone hawk circling overhead. My breath came uneven, each step heavier than the last, but I forced myself forward. The mirage flickered again on the edge of my vision, a shimmer that promised salvation or ruin. I couldn't tell which, but I had to know. Ahead, a twisted silhouette emerged from the haze, a gnarled tree, its branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. It was a landmark I hadn't seen in days, a sign I was on the right path. Relief surged, but with it came a fresh wave of doubt. What if it was another trick? Another cruel joke the desert played on wanderers willing to lose themselves in hope? I reached the tree and ran my fingers over its rough bark. It was real. Solid. But the sense of comfort was fleeting. Behind me, the sun sank below the horizon, swallowing the last light. The desert was waking up, and so was whatever lurked beneath its endless dunes. I swallowed again, the taste of blood sharp on my tongue, and pulled my coat tighter around me. The night was coming, and I wasn't ready to face it alone. The night wrapped around me like a suffocating blanket, thick and unyielding. I tried to steady my breathing, but the uneven rhythm betrayed the turmoil inside. The taste of blood lingered metallic and bitter on my tongue. My throat was raw, cracked from dehydration, dry as the sand underfoot. I wiped a sleeve across my lips, then glanced around. The shimmer, the mirage, had faded, swallowed by the night. Yet I could still feel it, just beyond the edge of vision, like a pulse beneath the desert skin. A sudden rustle to my left snapped my head in that direction. Nothing visible except shifting dunes, but the sound was too deliberate to be just the wind. My pulse jumped, fingers curling into fists. "Hello?" I whispered, voice hoarse and thin. No answer. Just the desert settling in for the night. I knew the predators were out here. Not the wolves or coyotes I'd expected, but something else. People. Watching. I caught glimpses, shadows slipping between dunes, distant footsteps that didn't belong to me. The desert was empty, but not uninhabited. I swallowed hard, trying to keep the panic at bay. The sun was down. Cold would follow. And I wasn't ready. I pulled my coat tighter, the fabric scratchy against my sweat-slicked skin. My eyes adjusted slowly, picking out details in the dimness. The tree's branches creaked as a breeze stirred, a dry, dusty scent filling the air. It smelled like old wood and something else, something faintly metallic, like rust or dried blood. I shivered. A low, almost imperceptible hum hummed from somewhere behind me. Mechanical? No. Human. A voice perhaps, but muffled, distant, a murmur carried on the wind. I spun, searching, but only sand and darkness answered. I crouched, hands sifting through the sand near the tree's roots. My fingers brushed something hard, a small, rusted metal cap. I picked it up, turning it over. The faded logo was unrecognizable, but it was definitely man-made. Discarded. A clue. Carefully, I pocketed the cap and scanned the horizon. The desert was a vast, empty canvas, but I wasn't alone. I had to be systematic. I couldn't rely on hope or mirages anymore. I needed evidence. A pattern. A direction. The night grew colder, sharp against my skin. I debated staying put, but the tree offered little shelter. No water, no real safety. My instinct screamed at me to move, to find that shimmering oasis again, to find the water that might save me. I took off in the direction the Mirage had appeared, step by dragging step. The sand was cool now, almost soft underfoot, but the chill gnawed at my bones. The desert was alive with sound, distant howls, the soft skittering of small creatures, the crackle of dry twigs. I tried to focus on the path, but my mind spun. Was I chasing a trick? Or was this real? Was I being followed? I stopped suddenly. A faint footprint in the sand. Smaller than mine, but fresh. The edges crisp, not yet disturbed by wind or animal. Someone had been here recently. Or was still nearby. The realization hit me like a blow. I wasn't just lost in a deserted wasteland. I was being hunted. Panic clawed at my chest, but I swallowed it down. Panic would get me killed faster than thirst or heat stroke. I had to think. I was no longer just a wanderer, I was prey. I crouched again, examining the print. It was too small for a man, yet too big for a child. Maybe a woman? I tried to suppress the image of whoever was out here, alone, watching me from the shadows. The idea was unsettling. Why stay? What did they want? Then I heard it, a soft voice, almost a whisper carried by the wind. Hey! My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun toward the sound, but the desert swallowed it. The voice was gone. Who's there? I called, trying to keep my voice steady, but it cracked on the last syllable. No answer. A sudden movement caught my eye to the right, a flicker of light, like a reflection from something metallic. I ducked behind the tree, breath shallow, muscles tense. Was it a watch? A flashlight? Or something else? The desert was full of tricks. Shadows that looked like people. Sounds that weren't there. I couldn't trust my senses anymore. I stayed motionless, listening. The only sound was the dry wind and my ragged breathing. The light didn't move again. I waited, seconds stretching impossibly long. Then, with a cautious step, I moved toward the place the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows had come from. The sand was cooler here, and the air smelled faintly of smoke, not from a fire, but maybe from a distant camp or a burned-out vehicle. I found a footprint larger than the first, booted, deep in the sand. Nearby, a crumpled plastic water bottle, empty, crushed. I picked it up, the plastic stiff and brittle in my hands. Someone else was out here. Someone who had been thirsty too. The thought was both a relief and a threat. I wasn't alone, but neither was I safe. I sat back against the tree, exhaustion pulling at my limbs. My mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to ignore the creeping sense of dread. When I opened them, the desert looked different, more hostile, less forgiving. The stars were out now, but no longer comforting. They seemed distant, cold. I thought about the oasis again, the shimmering water just beyond reach. How many times had I chased it? How many times had it slipped away, A cruel mirage. What if it wasn't just my mind playing tricks? What if someone or something was making it disappear? The idea was absurd. Impossible. But the footprints, the voices, the bottle, there was no denying it. I wasn't alone. A sudden crack behind me made me jump to my feet. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs. I spun around, eyes wide in the darkness. Nothing. But the sound was close. Closer than before. A soft, deliberate step. I swallowed hard and whispered, "Show yourself." Silence. Then a whisper back. "Don't be afraid." The words floated on the hot night air, almost gentle. But I didn't believe them. I didn't trust them. The desert was a trap, and I was caught in its teeth. I glanced back toward the tree, then out into the darkness beyond. There was no going back. Only forward. And whatever was out there had decided to reveal itself. I took a cautious step toward the voice. The desert swallowed my footfalls. The night waited. And the hunt began. I didn't move. The moon hung low, silver and cruel, casting long shadows across the sand that shifted beneath my feet. My mouth was parched, the skin around my lips cracked and dry, and my tongue felt swollen, thick as a slug crawling in my mouth. I swallowed, trying to moisten it, but it only scraped the inside of my teeth. The heat from the day still lingered, baking the night air into a suffocating cloak. I wiped my forehead with a trembling hand, tasting salt and dirt. "Who's there?" I finally said, voice barely more than a rasp. The silence that followed wasn't comforting. It was waiting. Then, a soft shuffle. Not far, maybe 10 feet off, just out of sight behind a ridge of sand. I squinted, trying to make sense of the shapes moving in the dark. My heart slammed against my chest like a trapped animal. I wanted to run, to escape, but the desert had already swallowed my tracks. "Why are you doing this?" I said, voice cracking. "Why chase me?" No answer. Just the whisper of the wind, carrying the faint, bitter scent of sweat and dust. I could hear it then, something else. Footsteps. Not mine. Not the slow, measured ones that had come before, but fast, irregular, like someone trying to stay quiet but failing. I took a step forward, then another. The sand shifted beneath me, loose and unstable, making every movement a small struggle. My legs trembled, but I kept going. There was no way back, no shelter, no relief. Just the endless desert, desolate and merciless. And them. I remembered the bottle. The cracked plastic bottle I'd found earlier, half buried in the sand near the dry tree stump. Not just a random piece of trash. Someone had been here. Someone else trapped, or worse. I crouched and picked it up, feeling the brittle plastic crumble slightly in my fingers. Inside, a few drops of water glimmered faintly, like a promise I wasn't sure I wanted to believe. I brought it to my lips, tasting dust and desperation. It wasn't much, but it was something. A sudden rustle behind me made me spin around. Nothing. Just the dark, empty horizon stretching out like a yawning maw. But I could feel eyes on me watching, calculating. I dropped the bottle, sand spraying like tiny stars scattering. My breath caught. The voice again, just on the edge of hearing. Stop chasing shadows. Shadows. That word settled heavy in my chest. Was that what I'd been doing? Chasing illusions? Or was it something else? A trap? A game? I swallowed hard, the dry scrape in my throat making me cough. My vision blurred at the edges, the heat pressing down like a weight. The desert seemed to pulse around me, alive with threats I couldn't see but could feel gnawing at the edges of my sanity. And then the truth hit me like a fist in the gut. This wasn't just some random mirage or cruel joke of dehydration. Someone was here. Someone who wanted me to keep moving, keep chasing, keep hoping. Because giving up wasn't an option. I thought about the footprints I'd seen earlier. They weren't animal tracks. Human. Fresh. Leading away from the oasis, away from safety. Who were they? And why lead me deeper into this hell? I forced myself to stand, legs weak but determined. I had to follow. I had to know. Show yourself, I said again, louder this time, voice echoing across the empty dunes. I'm not afraid. The silence that answered was different now. Not an invitation. A warning. I started walking toward where the footprints disappeared over a small ridge. Each step felt like dragging my body through molasses, but I pushed on. The desert was endless, but so was my need for answers. Up the ridge, just beyond reach, I saw it, a shimmer. Not the oasis this time, but a flicker of movement. A figure, crouched low, watching me. No light, no glow. Just a person, hidden in the shadows, blending with the sand. My mouth went dry again. My hands trembled. I wanted to call out but stopped myself. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. Just waited. I reached the top of the ridge, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. The figure was gone. Gone? Or hidden? I scanned the area, every grain of sand suddenly suspicious. Then I noticed it, a glint of metal buried in the sand near a cracked rock. I bent down, fingers digging through gritty particles until I pulled out a small, battered compass. The glass was cracked, but the needle twitched erratically. Why leave this here? Was it a message? A warning? I pocketed the compass and looked around again, senses stretched thin. The desert seemed to hold its breath. Then I heard it. A slow, deliberate voice, close enough now to make my skin crawl. You've crossed the point of no return. I froze. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was too exhausted, too thirsty, too far gone. Why? I whispered, voice barely audible. Why me? The reply came, low and steady, filled with a strange kind of calm, because some things don't want to be found. And some things don't let go. The night pressed in closer, the temperature dropping just enough to make the sweat on my skin cool and sticky. My mind reeled. What had I stumbled into? A trap? A game? Or something darker, something human, cruel, patient? I glanced back the way I'd come. The desert stretched out, empty and silent. No footprints. No sign of life. Just the endless, unforgiving dunes. No way back. Only forward. And the figure's faint silhouette, barely visible against the moonlit sand, watching me from the shadows, waiting for me to make my next move. I swallowed hard and took a step. The hunt wasn't over. It had just begun. The night had thickened around me like a living thing, smothering in close. The voice, calm, deliberate, still echoed in my ears. You've crossed the point of no return. I couldn't tell if it was a warning or a promise. Maybe both. My legs trembled, but I forced myself to move, each step a deliberate act of defiance against the crushing weight of exhaustion and the gnawing thirst that clawed at my throat. The moon hung high, casting a cold silver light that did nothing to comfort me. Instead, it stretched the shadows, turning every dune into a looming, restless giant. I glanced toward the figure again. The silhouette hadn't moved, barely breathing it seemed, but the way it watched me like a predator waiting for a misstep made my skin crawl. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my mouth almost painful, and took another step forward. The desert was no longer just a place. It was a trap. A maze. A cruel joke played by a mind far colder than mine. "Why are you following me?" I said, voice cracking in the stillness. "What do you want?" No answer. Just silence. Well, not exactly silence. The desert hummed with a faint, unsettling noise. A whisper of sand shifting, maybe. Or something else, something alive just beyond the reach of the moonlight. I stopped. My breath came out in ragged gasps, each one tasting like dust and despair. I tried to focus on the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones around me. There was the faint crunch of footsteps, too light to be mine, quick and careful, like someone trying not to disturb the earth more than necessary. My stomach twisted. I wasn't alone out here. Not really. The idea was absurd, isn't it? A place so vast, so empty, yet I felt eyes on me. Watching. Waiting. I sank down onto the sand, the cold night seeping through my clothes like a warning. "Who are you?" I whispered, voice barely audible. "What do you want from me?" The figure stepped forward, finally. The shape resolved into a man, his face half hidden beneath a scarf wrapped tightly around his jaw and nose, eyes glinting with something I couldn't place. He was lean, wiry, and moved with a cautious grace that suggested survival was a game he'd mastered long ago. "You don't belong here," he said quietly, almost kindly. "This desert. It doesn't forgive." I scoffed, dry and bitter. "Neither do I." His eyes flicked over me, taking in my sunburned skin, the cracked lips, the desperate exhaustion in my stance. "You're chasing something," he said. "That shimmering mirage you keep seeing, it's a trap. I've seen others drawn to it before. They don't come back." "Then why are you here?" I asked, voice sharper than I intended. "If it's so dangerous, why don't you leave?" He hesitated. The silence stretched between us, filled with the sound of wind scraping sand over stone. Finally, he answered, "Because some of us are hunters in this place. And some of us are prey." A chill ran through me, though the desert was still warm. "Prey?" His eyes darkened. "You're not just lost. You're being watched. And the Watchers don't like trespassers." I wanted to ask who the Watchers were, what they wanted, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I scanned the horizon. The supposed oasis shimmered faintly in the distance, a cruel promise flickering like a candle in the wind, always just out of reach. My throat clenched tighter. I knew I was running out of time. The man crouched beside me, pulling a small water pouch from his pack and offering it without a word. I hesitated, then drank greedily. The cool liquid was a balm to my burning insides, but it wasn't nearly enough. "What's your name?" I asked between gulps. "Call me Sam." "Sam," I repeated, tasting the name like a lifeline. "Why are you following me? Why warn me?" He looked out into the dark, eyes narrowing. "Because I've seen what happens to people who chase ghosts in this desert. They don't disappear by accident. There's a group. They're patient, silent. They wait for the weak to make a mistake." I swallowed hard. "What group?" He shook his head. "You don't want to know." But I did. Of course I did. Because knowing was better than the gnawing uncertainty that was eating away at my mind. I needed something solid to hold on to, something real. "Please," I said, voice barely a whisper. Sam sighed and glanced around nervously. They're men who've made this desert their kingdom. No law but their own. They prey on anyone stupid enough to wander in. They don't kill outright, no, that would be too easy, but they make sure you don't leave. My mind raced with possibilities. You understand what that means? I nodded, though I didn't. Not fully. But I understood enough to know that I was in deeper trouble than I'd realized. Why didn't you just keep walking? I asked. He shrugged. Because I'm waiting for a chance to slip past them. But they might think you're a threat. Or worse, a prize. The weight of that sank in. I wasn't just lost. I was hunted. My pulse quickened, a cold sweat breaking out despite the chill. The desert was no longer just a landscape of sand and heat. It was a battlefield. And I was the prey. Can you help me get out of here? My voice cracked under the weight of hope and desperation. Sam looked at me long and hard. Maybe, he said finally. But you have to trust me. No sudden moves. No talking to strangers. And keep your head down. I nodded, even though every nerve screamed to run the other way. But there was no other way. Not anymore. We moved together then, shadows blending into shadows. The desert night was silent but for the crunch of our footsteps and the distant howl of wind that sounded suspiciously like a warning. Behind us, I thought I heard the faintest murmur of voices, low and guttural, carried on the breeze like a dark promise. I swallowed hard, the dry taste of fear thick in my mouth. The hunt was far from over. And now, I wasn't alone. I woke cold. Not the kind of cold that comes from night air sneaking beneath thin fabric, but the kind that crawls deep into your bones and makes you question if your body is still yours. The sun had dipped below the horizon hours ago, yet the desert did not give me the relief I had hoped for. Instead, a biting chill pressed against my skin, and my lips cracked before I even tried to speak. It was as if the desert was mocking me, first roasting me alive, now freezing me in place. I sat up slowly, the coarse sand grinding against my back. The darkness felt thick, almost like a physical weight, and I strained my ears for any sound beyond the low whistle of a distant wind. Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. For the first time since I'd lost my way, I wasn't chasing a mirage. I wasn't chasing anything at all. I was just alone. I rubbed my face with the back of my wrist, tasting salt and dust. My tongue felt swollen, the inside of my mouth raw and sticky. I pressed my palm against my forehead. Fever? Maybe. Delirium? Almost certainly. My thoughts were sluggish, like wading through molasses. I tried to remember how many days I'd been wandering. 3, 4. Time had become a twisted concept here, distorted by heat and thirst and exhaustion. I closed my eyes, willing myself to remember the oasis, its shimmering promise, always just beyond reach. The way the water had glinted like silver, the way the palm trees whispered in the breeze that never came. I wanted to believe it was real. I needed to believe it was real. But now, in the darkness, it felt like a cruel joke, a phantom that had led me astray. I caught a faint sound. A shuffling. Quiet, but deliberate. My breath hitched, and I froze. The desert at night was supposed to be still. But this something was moving. Something human. I scanned the shadows, straining to see beyond the narrow beam of my fading flashlight. Nothing. Just the uneven swell of dunes, and the stars blinking cold and indifferent overhead. I swallowed hard, the dry scrape echoing in my skull. Hello? My voice cracked on the word. Is someone there? No answer, only the rustle of sand. Then, footsteps. Closer. Slower. I could hear the crunch of gravel beneath soles, deliberate and cautious. I wanted to run, but my legs trembled too much to support me. Instead, I pulled my jacket tighter, curling into myself like a frightened child. The desert at night was no place for mistakes. Predators didn't need teeth or claws, just patience and silence. "Please," I whispered. "I'm lost. Just help me." The footsteps stopped. A shadow detached itself from the dunes, tall and thin, moving with a steady, measured gait. I squinted, but the face was hidden beneath a hood. Not a mirage. Real. "Why are you out here alone?" The voice was low, almost gentle, but there was an edge, something sharp beneath the surface. I got lost," I stammered, voice weaker than I wanted. "I was chasing an oasis. It kept moving." The figure cocked its head, like considering a puzzle. "You shouldn't be here." "I didn't mean to." My throat tightened. "Please, I'm dying of thirst." There was a long pause. The desert wind picked up, swirling sand around us, catching in the folds of the stranger's robe. When they spoke again, their words were slow, deliberate. "There's nothing out here but sand and death." I wanted to scream, to beg, to plead for mercy. But my voice was just a dry rasp. The stranger took a step closer. "You look like you've been walking for days. You need water. Shelter." I blinked, disbelief blooming in my chest. You can help me?" A faint nod. "I live near the edge. Not far from here. I keep a well." Desperation flooded through me, sharp and sudden. "Please. Can you?" "Wait." The stranger raised a hand. "You have to promise me something first. Anything. No more chasing illusions." The words hit me harder than the cold. Illusions. Mirages. The oasis. It all felt like a cruel trick played by my own mind, twisting hope into torture. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "I promise." The stranger extended their hand. I took it, surprised by the warmth of their grip. We moved together through the darkness, the sand shifting beneath our feet. My legs ached, but something steadied me, hope. Real hope, not the shimmering lies I chased. As we walked, I tried to listen beyond the crunch of sand. The stranger was quiet, but I could feel their eyes watching me. Not with suspicion, but something closer to pity. I didn't blame them. "How did you end up here?" they asked finally. I hesitated. I was driving. Got turned around. My GPS died. Then I started seeing the oasis. "You didn't see it," the stranger said softly. "Not really. He plays tricks. You were chasing your own desperation." I nodded, ashamed. The truth was ugly and raw. I'd wanted to believe in a miracle, anything to keep going. After what felt like hours, the faint outline of a structure appeared on the horizon. A small building, half buried in sand, with a single flickering light. Relief washed over me, icy and immediate. We reached the door, and the stranger pushed it open. Inside was cool, damp even, the scent of earth and water strong and real. A wooden bucket sat near a well, filled with clear, sparkling water. I dropped my pack and knelt, cupping my hands under the spout. The water was cold and sweet, sliding down my throat like a balm. Tears sprang unbidden, carving salty tracks down my dusty cheeks. The stranger watched, silent but steady. When I finally looked up, the night outside seemed less hostile. The desert was still vast and unforgiving, but for the first time, it didn't feel endless. Not anymore. We sat in silence, the well's steady drip filling the room. I realized how hollow and hollowing the last days had been, how chasing that shimmering lie had nearly broken me. But here, in this forgotten place, I could start to rebuild. Why help me? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The stranger shrugged. Because everyone deserves a chance to find their way back. Even in the desert. I smiled, weak but genuine. I think I'm ready to stop chasing ghosts. They nodded once. Good. Outside, the first hints of dawn painted the sky with pale pink and gold. The desert was waking, fierce and beautiful. I knew the journey wasn't over. There would be more heat, more sand, maybe even more loneliness. But I was no longer running blind. For the first time, I was walking forward. And that made all the difference. Story 5, Unseen Pattern, Town's Deadly Coincidence. The morning news came on like it always did, a bit too bright and chipper for what the headlines actually told me. I tried to ignore it at first. Who wouldn't? The world's full of bad news, and our little town had its share. But something about the way those stories piled up like a stack of cards leaning too far felt less like coincidence and more like a warning. The coffee was bitter that morning, a burnt edge clinging to the rim of my mug. I took a sip anyway, the sharp taste waking me up just enough to notice the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint scrape of a chair from the next room. The house was unusually still, except for the slow tapping of rain against the window pane. That was normal enough. Gray skies and drizzle in early October. But even the rain seemed to carry a weight today, like it was pressing down on the whole town. I glanced out the window, watching the street glisten under the wet sheen. The usual early risers were missing, no joggers, no dog walkers. Just the occasional car passing by, tires splashing through puddles. It was the kind of quiet that didn't quite settle right in your bones. I knew how that sounds. Paranoia can twist the dullest mornings into something sinister if you let it. And I wanted to believe it was nothing, just a weird streak of bad luck. But the details nagged at me. The missing girl from 2 weeks ago, who'd vanished on her way to the corner store, the man who collapsed in the diner without warning, the strange traffic accident that left no witnesses. I had a job, or at least would pass for one these days. Data analyst at the county office. Not glamorous, but it kept the lights on and the fridge humming. I was used to numbers and charts, not whispers and odd stories. But lately, I found myself scrolling through news reports and police bulletins during breaks, piecing together threads that didn't want to fit. Today, a new report caught my eye, a headline buried in the second page of the digital news feed, local woman hospitalized after sudden collapse. Cause unknown. The name was familiar. Marissa Cole. She ran the bakery down on Main Street. I'd stopped in for a cinnamon roll just last week. She'd seemed fine. That afternoon, I decided to stop by the bakery. Maybe it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that these incidents were connected somehow. The bell above the door jingled softly as I stepped inside. The air smelled sweet and warm, but there was an undercurrent of something else, cleaning supplies, maybe, or something metallic just out of reach. A middle-aged man was behind the counter, wiping down the glass display with practiced motions. He looked up, startled, then gave me a polite nod. "Can I help you?" "Hi," I said, trying to sound casual. I was wondering about Marissa. Haven't seen her around lately. He hesitated, fingers tightening on the cloth. "She's resting. Doctor's orders." I nodded, not sure what else to say. "Anything serious?" He shrugged, but his eyes darted to the closed door at the back. "They're still figuring it out." The bakery had always been a hub, a place where news traveled faster than the internet. But today, the usual chatter was absent, replaced by a quiet that felt too deliberate. I noticed a security camera mounted in the corner, its red light blinking steadily. I hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now it felt like a silent observer, recording every moment without judgment. Walking home, the sky had darkened further. The rain had stopped, leaving the air damp and cool. The scent of wood leaves mixed with the faint odor of exhaust from parked cars. I passed the town square, empty except for a lone bench slick with rain. The streetlights flickered intermittently, casting long shadows that seemed to shift just beyond the edge of vision. At my apartment, I settled into my chair with a sigh, the soft creak of the leather familiar and oddly comforting. My laptop glowed on the desk, open to the county's public data portal. I started running queries, cross-referencing dates, locations, victims' backgrounds. Patterns were supposed to emerge with data, but this felt different. Messy. Hours later, I leaned back, rubbing my temples. My eyes stunned from the screen's glare. The list of incidents was growing, each entry more baffling than the last. And then, just as I was about to shut down, a peculiar detail caught my attention. Timestamps on several surveillance cameras across town all showed brief blackout periods exactly when some of the incidents occurred. Curious, I pulled up the security footage from the town square cameras. The video was grainy, frames skipping here and there. Around midnight, the feed went dark for nearly 2 minutes. Nothing else seemed out of place. No figures lurking, no suspicious activity, just darkness. Why would the cameras fail at the exact moments when people disappeared or fell ill? I closed the laptop, heart ticking a little faster. It was probably technical glitches. Surely. But the thought of someone, or something, controlling the eyes that watched us all, that idea settled heavily in my chest. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street. The sound cracked the silence like a sharp breath. I wasn't sure what I was stepping into, but I knew one thing: the town's quiet routine had fractured, and whatever was behind it wasn't finished yet. With the previous night's events fresh in my mind, remembering the previous events, the night hadn't let up. I rubbed my eyes, the edges stinging with dryness. This wasn't just a glitch. The blackout wasn't accidental. It was deliberate. The next morning arrived gray and damp, the kind of day that feels like it's holding its breath. I didn't sleep much. The images of dark screens and missing people chased me through restless dreams. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter, a message from Mara. Coffee? We need to talk. Mara was the only person I trusted with this so far. She worked at the town library and had a knack for digging up things no one else noticed. Plus, she wasn't the type to dismiss me as paranoid. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, the cool air prickling my skin and carrying the faint scent of wet leaves and something metallic, maybe the town's old pipes leaking again. We met in the corner cafe, the one with peeling paint and a stubborn bell that jingled every time the door opened. Mara was already there, her eyes sharp behind thick glasses. She slid a thin folder across the table without a word. I opened it slowly. Inside were printouts of local news stories, missing persons, sudden illnesses, bizarre accidents, all from the past 6 months. Look, she said, voice low but steady, each one corresponds to a blackout on at least one surveillance camera. Not just in the town square, but all over. I blinked. All over? Yeah. The library, the hospital, even private businesses. You saw the timestamps, right? Almost too precise. Like someone planned it. I nodded, feeling a chill crawl up my neck. The folder smelled faintly of coffee and paper, the edges dog-eared like Mara had been poring over it for hours. I traced a line of text with my finger, trying to ignore the sour taste forming at the back of my throat. Do you think it's someone inside the system? Like the surveillance operators? Mara shrugged. Could be. Or someone with access to the network. I checked the town's IT logs. They're scrubbed clean. Whoever's behind this knows their way around digital security. A metallic clink interrupted us. The cafe door opened, and a man stepped inside, shaking off rain from his jacket. He glanced our way, eyes lingering a bit too long before he ordered at the counter. I felt the hairs on my arm rise. Did you see that? I whispered. Mara followed my gaze. No, what? That guy. He looked off, like he's watching us. She frowned but said nothing. I tried to shake the feeling, blaming it on too many late nights staring at screens. Later, back at my apartment, I dove into the digital archives again. The blackout windows weren't random. They lined up with the most critical moments of each event, the exact times people disappeared or fell ill. I mapped it out, watching the pattern emerge like a spider's web, intricate and cold. I found something else. A series of encrypted files buried deep in the network logs, time-stamped minutes before each blackout. Decoding them wasn't easy. My fingers stumbled over lines of code that twisted and snarled beyond my expertise. But with a little luck and some help from online forums, I pulled out fragments, coordinates, names, odd phrases like data extraction and targeted suppression. Someone was controlling what we saw, deciding who vanished and who stayed, all while hiding behind layers of digital smoke. I stared at the screen, tension knotting my stomach. This wasn't just about missing people anymore. It was about control, manipulation, and something bigger than I had imagined. The phone rang, jolting me. I didn't recognize the number. Hesitating, I answered. Who is this? My voice cracked. Be careful. You're stirring things up, the voice said, low and calm. Stop digging, or you'll disappear too. The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed hard. The room felt colder now, the shadows stretching longer. I wasn't just chasing a mystery. I was a target. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window pane like a warning. The storm was gathering, and so was whatever was watching from the dark. I sank back into the chair, breath shallow, mind racing. Every instinct screamed at me to drop everything, to walk away and pretend none of this ever happened. But the weight of unanswered questions pressed too heavily. Who was on the other end of the line? How did they know about me? And what exactly had I uncovered that was so dangerous? The room seemed to close in, the dim light flickering intermittently. I glanced at the clock, 2:17 a.m. The witching hour, when secrets were said to reveal themselves, or worse, when they came hunting. I debated calling someone, anyone, but who could I trust? The police would likely dismiss my story, or worse, attract unwanted attention. The rain began in earnest, pelting the glass with a steady, relentless rhythm. Each drop sounded like a ticking clock, counting down to something inevitable. My phone buzzed on the desk, jolting me from the spiral of thoughts. I froze, staring at the screen. No caller ID. No message. Just an incoming call. With trembling fingers, I answered. Don't ignore the signs, the same voice whispered, barely audible over the storm. You're too close. One wrong move, and it's over. Then the line went dead again. I sat motionless, the storm outside mirroring the tempest growing inside me. This wasn't just about discovering a secret anymore. It was a game, with rules I didn't understand and stakes that couldn't be measured. Somewhere out there, in the dark, something was waiting. And it knew my name. The line went dead just as the storm outside seemed to slam harder against the windows. Who was watching me? How much did they already know? The question circled and clawed at me, but I couldn't stop thinking about the call itself, the sound of that voice, quiet and urgent, like someone trying not to spook me before I'd even heard the full story. I glanced around my tiny apartment. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch and shift with every flicker of the faulty overhead light. The smell of wet concrete and damp earth seeped in through the cracked window frame. I wanted to throw the phone against the wall, but instead, I just sat there, the rain washing away any idea of safety. I tried to focus. There had to be a reason why all those impossible headlines, the missing people, the sudden illnesses, the accidents that made no sense statistically, were happening here, in this town. It wasn't random. And now, with the call, the threat felt personal. I needed to look again at what I'd found earlier, the pattern buried deep in the data from the little-known community surveillance system. The cameras, the data mining, the way everything was cataloged and cross-referenced. I had thought it was just some overreaching municipal project, a creepily efficient government program gone too far. But now I knew it was much worse. Someone was using that data to decide who disappeared, who got sick, who ended up hurt in ways nobody was supposed to connect. The rain eased to a drizzle, and I finally got up, moving to the small desk where my laptop sat open, the screen flooding the room with a pale blue light. I pulled up the files again, fingers trembling, eyes scanning through rows of names, timestamps, and locations. Each line a life, a story, a potential victim. Then it clicked. Not the pattern I'd been chasing before, but something deeper, layered under the surface. The surveillance wasn't just passive. It was predictive. They weren't waiting for something to happen, they were orchestrating it. Targeting certain people, nudging events to a breaking point, then wiping them out before anyone noticed. I stared at the screen until the numbers blurred. One name, highlighted in red, caught my eye. I recognized it. Sarah Matthews, the woman who'd gone missing 2 weeks ago, the one everyone said just left town. I'd spoken to her once at the grocery store. She was quiet, a little nervous maybe. I remembered the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, like she knew someone was watching. I clicked on her profile. The data was more detailed than I expected, phone records, bank transactions, even her social media behavior. But there was a gap where her last few days should have been. No activity, no location data. It was like she vanished into thin air. I tapped my fingers against the desk, the rhythm echoing the rain outside. If they could erase someone's existence this thoroughly, what hope was there for the rest of us? The phone buzzed again. This time, a text. No number, just a message. Stop digging. You've crossed the line. I swallowed hard and looked around the room again. The electrical hum from the street lamp outside flickered in time with my heartbeat. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with something metallic, fear, maybe, or adrenaline. I debated for a moment, should I just delete everything, pretend this never happened? Walk away? But the thought of letting them win, of letting the pattern continue unchecked, made my hands clench into fists. I needed help. But who? The police were useless, likely compromised or too scared to act. Friends? No, that would only put them in danger too. The only person I could think of was Mark, the tech guy who'd warned me a few days ago about prying into the surveillance system. I hadn't heard from him since. Maybe he'd gone quiet for good reason. But I had to try. I grabbed my coat and phone, the rain now just a gentle pattering against the glass. The night air outside was cold and smelled faintly of wet leaves and gasoline. The streets were empty except for a stray dog barking somewhere down the block. I started walking, my footsteps muffled by the wet pavement. Mark's apartment was on the edge of town, a rundown building with flickering neon signs and a faint smell of burnt coffee seeping through the cracks in the door. I knocked softly, then harder. Silence. Finally, the door creaked open a crack, and a pair of tired eyes peered out. Mark looked like he hadn't slept in days. His hair was unkempt, and there was a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the chill. "Did you get my message?" I asked, stepping inside quickly. He shook his head. "No time. It's worse than I thought. They're watching everything, even this place." He glanced nervously over his shoulder. "I tried to warn you, but I guess you had to see for yourself." I nodded, the weight of it all pressing down harder now that someone else was involved. "They're not just watching. They're controlling it. Lives, deaths. All of it." He took a deep breath. "Yeah. And once you're in this deep, there's no backup plan. No safe exit. They've got eyes everywhere. We're trapped in their web." The room felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were closing in. Mark's words sank in, chilling me more than the damp night air ever could. "We have to move fast," he said, pulling out a small flash drive. I managed to copy some files from the system, proof. But getting it out? That's going to be the hardest part. If they catch us with this. He didn't finish the sentence. Didn't have to. I swallowed again, my throat dry, heart hammering. There was no turning back now. Not after the call, not after what I'd uncovered. The storm outside picked up again, rain hammering the windows like a warning drum. My phone buzzed once more on the table. I glanced at it. Another unknown number. The message was brief, last chance. Walk away. I looked at Mark. He met my gaze without hesitation. We don't walk away. Not now. Not ever. The rain blurred the city lights outside, turning everything into a smear of color and shadow. Somewhere, a siren wailed in the distance. Or maybe it was just my imagination. Either way, the game had changed. And this time, there was no reset button. The rain kept beating against the window pane like a relentless warning, the way it had since we first heard those footsteps outside. Mark's eyes were dark, somewhere between exhaustion and resolve. "We don't have much time," he said, voice low, almost swallowed by the storm's roar. "They're already onto us. I can feel it." He tapped the flash drive nervously against the table's edge. "This thing has everything. Internal memos, surveillance logs, even the names of people let's just say people who've disappeared on schedule." I swallowed hard and looked away, eyes tracing the blurred shapes of cars passing outside under the streetlights. Their headlights sliced through the rain, casting long, shaking shadows across the cracked sidewalk. I could hear distant thunder rolling, a deep rumble that felt like it was shaking the bones of the city itself. The storm wasn't just outside, it was inside me now, a storm of fear, anger, and disbelief. "You realize what this means, right?" I said, voice barely above a whisper. "If they catch us with this, it's not just about losing the files. It's about disappearing, too." The weight of that possibility settled cold in my stomach. Mark nodded without hesitation, and for a moment, the silence between us was louder than the storm. Then the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered, the old fluorescent bulb overhead sputtering before settling into a steady, harsh glare. It was the kind of light that made every shadow look deeper, every corner darker. I noticed my palms were clammy. I wiped them on my jeans, trying to shake off the sudden chill. A sharp knock sounded at the door, 3 quick raps, too deliberate to be random. My breath hitched. Mark froze, his muscles tightening like a coiled spring. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the door as if willing it not to open. They're coming. I wanted to argue, to say we could hide, run, do something. Instead, I found my voice caught somewhere in my throat, swallowed by the pounding of my heart. The knock came again, this time softer, like someone testing the frame. Mark slid the flash drive into his jacket pocket and stood, moving toward the door. "You stay here," he said, but his voice didn't have its usual steadiness. It was cracked, raw. "If it's them, don't open. If it's not, I'll be back." I nodded, though every instinct screamed to follow him. I didn't need to see him go to know the danger was closing in. The hallway beyond the door was pitch black, the storm's fury muffled but still audible, a distant, persistent threat. I pressed my back against the wall, my hands trembling enough to make the chipped plaster beneath my fingers crumble slightly. I could smell the faint, metallic tang of rain mixed with the dust of old paint. The whole apartment felt like a trap, every shadow a potential hiding place for someone watching, waiting. Minutes passed. Or maybe seconds. Time lost meaning. I wasn't sure if my ears were just playing tricks or if there really was a faint shuffling down the hall, feet moving cautiously, pausing, then retreating. The sound of water dripping somewhere nearby filled the silence, steady and unsettling. Then Mark's figure appeared in the doorway, backlit by the dim light from the stairwell. His face was pale, sweat gleaming on his forehead. "We need to leave. Now!" His voice was urgent, low. I grabbed my coat, the fabric rough against my skin, and followed him out. We moved quickly down the stairs, the familiar creaks and groans of the building now sounding like warnings. Outside, the rain had eased into a persistent drizzle, the streetlights casting a sickly orange glow over wet pavement. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Anywhere but here," Mark said, glancing over his shoulder as if expecting shadows to leap from the alleyways. "I have a friend who can help us, someone off the grid. We can't trust anyone else." We slipped through the damp streets, the cold air stinging my cheeks and filling my lungs. The town felt different tonight. More hostile. Every closed door, every shuttered window seemed to be watching us, judging us. The headlines flashing across my mind, the missing people, the sudden illnesses, the accidents that never made sense, now felt like they were all connected, like the town itself was a giant web, and we were the flies caught inside. "Do you think they know what we have?" I asked. Mark didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled his jacket tighter, his breath misting in the cold air. "I don't know. But whoever they are, they're thorough. They watch everything. The cameras, the data mining, they're not just collecting information. They're controlling it. Shaping it. And if you get in their way," his voice trailed off. We rounded a corner onto a quieter street. The houses here were older, boarded up in places, their porches sagging. A stray dog barked somewhere in the shadows, a sharp, broken sound that made me jump. Mark stopped suddenly. "This is the place." He pressed a hidden buzzer beside a rusted gate. The sound echoed oddly in the still night. After a long pause, the gate clicked open. Inside was a narrow courtyard, cluttered with overturned chairs and potted plants covered in rain. The door to the building was heavy and scarred, but it swung open before we could knock. A woman stepped out, small, wiry, with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through the night. She glanced at the flash drive in Mark's hand. "You're in deeper than I thought," she said. Her voice was quiet, but edged with steel. "I don't have a choice," Mark said. "We need to expose them. Before more people vanish." She nodded once, steadily. "Then we don't have much time. They've already started moving against us. The surveillance, it's more than cameras now. It's algorithms tracking behavior, patterns, predicting where to strike next." I swallowed again, the cold tightening around my chest. How do we fight something like that? When they see everything? Her eyes flicked toward the window, where the faint glow of flickering monitors showed lines of code and streams of data. We don't fight it head-on. We disappear inside it. Ghosts in the machine. And we make them pay attention to us in the only way they understand, by breaking their own system. The words settled over me like a cold wind. I had no idea what that meant, exactly. But I knew one thing for sure. The stakes had just climbed higher than I could have ever imagined. This wasn't just about headlines anymore. It was about survival. And the town's silent watchers weren't done yet. The door slammed behind us, the echo bouncing off the wet pavement outside. I looked at Mark. At the woman. At the flickering screens. No reset button. No turning back. Only forward. The door slammed behind us, the echo bouncing off the wet pavement outside like a warning. We didn't pause. The night air was thick and cold, slick with rain that made the streetlights shimmer like fractured glass. My hands trembled as I tried to steady my breath, the weight of what we'd just uncovered pressing down on me. The surveillance wasn't just about cameras anymore, it was algorithms, data mining, prediction, something cold and calculating, watching every move, every habit, every whispered conversation. How do we disappear inside it? I asked her again, voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking louder might summon the watchers we feared. She glanced back toward the flickering monitors, where lines of code scrolled endlessly, like an unreadable language from some other world. By becoming unpredictable. By feeding it noise it can't decode. By breaking its own rules. I didn't understand exactly how. At least, not yet. But I knew this night was a turning point. The stakes had shifted. It wasn't just about the missing people anymore. It was about all of us, anyone who had ever thought they could walk freely through this town without being seen, measured, predicted. The rain hammered harder, tapping on the cracked sidewalk with a relentless rhythm that matched my pulse. I walked beside her, the glow of the monitors fading behind us, swallowed by the dark streets. Morning came slow and gray. I woke up to the dull ache of exhaustion and the faint hum of my phone vibrating on the nightstand. Messages. Alerts. More impossible coincidences splashed across the local news feeds. Another disappearance, this time a teenager last seen near the river, a sudden outbreak of food poisoning at the diner, a car accident with no clear cause. I sat up, the sheets tangled around my legs, and stared at the ceiling. The patterns were all there, waiting for someone to notice, to connect the dots. I was that someone now. No going back. At breakfast, I barely touched my coffee, the bitterness scraping my tongue. I think we can turn this around, I said to her when she joined me, eyes sunken but fierce. She nodded, rubbing her temples. They're monitoring us, sure. But every system has a blind spot. We just have to find ours. We spent the day piecing it together. The data stream she'd uncovered, the surveillance feeds I tracked, the strange anomalies in the town's public records. There was a spider web of control, but also cracks, gaps where the system's reach faltered, moments of hesitation in the algorithms. I realized, as the afternoon sunlight filtered through the blinds, that this wasn't about fighting the system head-on. It was about survival through subtlety. About slipping through the cracks like shadows, leaving false trails in the data, confusing the watchers until they couldn't tell friend from foe, truth from fiction. That evening, the weight of the day's revelations settled over me like a thick fog. I stood by my window, watching the street below where people moved like puppets, unaware of the unseen eyes. The city's hum was a low, constant drone, the distant bark of a dog, the scrape of tires on wet asphalt, the faint whir of drones overhead. I thought about the missing, the sickened, the accidents, how they weren't random at all. They were calculated. designed to keep us off balance, to remind us who held the power. I opened my laptop, fingers hovering over the keyboard. I hesitated. Could I really pull this off? Could I become a ghost in a system designed to trap ghosts? The idea felt absurd. But I reminded myself, the only alternative was surrender. I started feeding the system false data, small, almost imperceptible changes that would ripple through the algorithm. Erratic behavior patterns, conflicting location reports, fake social media posts. It was like throwing sand into a machine. Harmless, maybe, but potentially disruptive. The first few hours brought nothing. Then, a shift. The news alerts began to slow. The impossible coincidences became less frequent, as if the system's grip was loosening, just a little. Days passed. The town felt different, less oppressive, somehow, though the watchers never disappeared. I realized the surveillance wasn't just about control, it was about understanding. About molding us into predictable pieces on a board we didn't know we were playing. I wasn't the same person who'd started this. The paranoia had given way to a sharper awareness, a cautious hope. I felt the boundaries of my own life stretching, the edges fraying in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. One night, I met her again in the same dim room where it all began. The monitors hummed softly, but this time, the lines of code seemed less hostile, more like a puzzle we were beginning to solve together. She looked at me and smiled, a small, tired smile that carried the weight of everything we'd lost and gained. "We made a dent," she said. "Not a victory, not yet. But a start." I nodded. Outside, the rain had stopped. The silence was no longer a threat, it was a fragile promise. In the weeks that followed, the town's headlines quieted. The missing were fewer, the illnesses less frequent. People started to walk a little freer, those shadows lingered in the corners, reminders that the watchers were still there. I found myself more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life, the way the wind carried the scent of damp earth after rain, the rough texture of plaster under my fingertips, the distant laughter of children playing in the park. These small things grounded me, tethered me to a reality that was still mine. I knew the system would adapt. It always did. But now, I had a tool they couldn't predict, unpredictability itself. The messy, chaotic, beautifully human element that no algorithm could ever fully capture. At night, when the town went quiet and the glow of the monitors faded into darkness, I felt something new. Not peace, exactly. Not safety. But a kind of fierce, fragile agency. We were still being watched. Still measured, tracked, analyzed. But we were no longer just data points. We were resistance. And in that, there was hope. The fight wasn't over. But for now, we'd reclaimed a piece of ourselves. Silence. Complete silence. Then the soft click of a keyboard, and the endless dance began again. Story 6, Unseen Pursuer, the Stalking Pattern. I never thought I'd notice something like this. It all started on a Thursday afternoon. I was sitting in the park near my apartment, the one with the cracked benches and that old oak tree that lost half its leaves last fall but still didn't give up. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and something else, burnt toast, maybe, from the cafe across the street. I was half listening to a podcast, half watching the people pass by, when I noticed him. A man, mid-30s, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. He wasn't doing much, just standing by the park gate, hands stuffed deep in his pockets, eyes scanning the street. The sort of casual observation that feels anything but casual when it's fixed on you. I looked away fast, but when I glanced back, he was still there. I shrugged it off. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I wasn't sure. But the weird part was what happened later that day. I was walking home after work, taking my usual route through the quieter side streets. The sun was dipping, turning everything a little too orange, shadows stretching longer than they should. My phone buzzed with a message from Jess, something about meeting up this weekend. As I turned the corner onto Maple Street, I nearly collided with the same man from the park. Same jacket, same cap. This time, he didn't look away right away. His eyes met mine, sharp and unreadable. I stumbled past him, heart thudding in my chest, but I told myself it was coincidence. Just random. Except it wasn't. Over the next week, the pattern kept repeating. At the subway station, near the grocery store, even outside my building late at night. Always the same man, sometimes with different companions who vanished when I looked directly at them. I started noticing other people too, strangers who lingered in doorways or sat too still on benches. They never approached, never spoke, but their presence felt deliberate, like a slow, steady pressure I couldn't shake. One evening, I was in the elevator of my building, heading up to my apartment on the 4th floor. The air was thick with the scent of stale cleaning products and something metallic I couldn't place. The lights flickered once, just a quick pulse, but it was enough to make me flinch. When the doors slid open, I saw him again. Standing just outside the elevator, as if waiting for me. I backed inside quickly, pressing the button for my floor 3 times before the doors finally closed. My hands trembled. I leaned against the wall, listening to the quiet hum of the elevator, trying to tell myself it was nothing. That I was imagining things. But the knot in my stomach said otherwise. I started changing my routine, taking different routes, leaving earlier or later. Sometimes I'd circle back just to see if he was there. Usually, he was. Always watching. Always waiting. You know, you're really making me paranoid, I told Jess when we met for coffee the next day. The cafe smelled like cinnamon and roasted almonds, warm and cozy, a sharp contrast to the cold buzz in my mind. She frowned, stirring her drink slowly. Maybe you just need a break, she said. A vacation or something. You're working too much. I laughed, but it felt hollow. Maybe. But it's not just work. I don't know. I keep seeing this guy everywhere I go. Like he's following me. Jess raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not just noticing him more because you're looking for him? I thought that at first, I admitted. But it's not just him. Sometimes, there are other people too. Strangers who show up right where I end up in trouble or close to it. Like yesterday, when that bike almost hit me at the crosswalk. I swear, the guy was right there, watching. She reached over and touched my hand. Sounds like you're on edge. Maybe you need to stop looking. I wanted to agree. I wanted to believe it was all in my head. But the feeling wouldn't go away. That cold awareness, like someone was pulling strings just beyond my sight. The strangest part? The places where these strangers appeared weren't random. They matched moments when I felt vulnerable. When I was alone. Times I wasn't sure if I should turn left or right. Times I hesitated. Like the night I was walking home from the bookstore, carrying a bag of new novels and the scent of rain on the pavement. It was late, and the streetlights flickered unevenly, casting long, jittery shadows. I heard footsteps behind me, slow and steady. I glanced back, heart pounding, and there he was again, the same man, his face half hidden beneath the brim of his cap. I stopped. He stopped. The distance between us didn't change. I wanted to call out, to ask what he wanted, but my voice lodged somewhere deep in my throat. Instead, I faked a phone call, holding the screen to my ear and pretending to talk. After a moment, he turned and walked away. I exhaled so hard my breath fogged in the chill air. but I knew he'd be back. I don't think I ever told anyone about the way my stomach clenched when I saw those strangers, how the hairs on my arms stood on end, how my skin prickled like static. I didn't want to sound crazy. Who would believe me? But the seed was planted. The idea that someone was watching. Somewhere, someone was orchestrating these encounters. Not by chance. Not by accident. I kept replaying the moments in my head: the park bench, the subway station, the elevator. Each time, I noticed something new. A slight tilt of a head, a subtle glance exchanged between the strangers. The way they didn't mix with the crowd but hovered at the edges, like sentinels. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was imagining a pattern where none existed. After all, cities are full of strangers, and coincidence happens. But that night, as I lay awake in my apartment, the window slightly open to the cool night air, I heard a faint tapping on the glass. I sat up, heart hammering, staring into the darkness outside. The streetlight flickered again, the shadows dancing. No one was there. Just the wind. Or so I hoped. The tapping on the window did not come again, but my whole body stayed alert, taut like a wire stretched too thin. When morning finally crept in, pale and hesitant, the city hummed with its usual noise, but I was somewhere else entirely. I wasn't ready to leave the apartment. I wanted to stay wrapped in the uneasy quiet, the kind that presses down on your chest and makes you question everything you thought was normal. But I knew I needed to move, had to chase this thread before it slipped through my fingers. By breakfast, I was scribbling notes on a crumpled napkin: times, places, descriptions. The strangers. Always in the same spots. Always watching. The park bench near the old clock tower, the subway platform by 14th Street, the elevator in my building's lobby. 3 places, each with a figure lurking just out of reach, like ghosts with no memories. Or maybe memories too sharp. I told myself to keep it simple. Start with what I could prove, or at least observe. No wild theories. No paranoia. But the problem was, the more I thought about it, the more the pieces fit together too neatly. That wasn't coincidence. That was design. Someone was orchestrating this. I needed help. But who? Who would listen and not think I'd lost my mind? I thought of Lena, my coworker, and her knack for noticing details others miss. She had an instinct for patterns, for connections. Maybe she'd at least humor me. I sent her a message. Can we meet? Something weird is going on. I need to talk. Her reply was almost immediate. Sure. Coffee? The cafe was the kind of place where the smell of fresh espresso masked the faint odor of old books stacked in corners. The baristas wore dark-rimmed glasses and spoke in quiet bursts, as if afraid to disturb the delicate balance of the morning. I sat by the window, the glass fogged slightly from the warmth inside, fingers tapping against the ceramic mug. Lena arrived with her usual brisk energy, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I hated to see her worried, but I couldn't hold anything back. I've been noticing these people, I said, voice low, as if the walls could listen. They're always there, same spots. And not just random strangers. They watch me. She raised an eyebrow, folding her arms. Watching. Like stalking? I shrugged, trying to appear casual, but my hands trembled. I don't know. Maybe. It's like they're waiting for something. Or someone. Lena's gaze sharpened. Have you told anyone else? No. I don't want to sound crazy. She leaned forward, voice dropping. You're not. And if someone's doing this, it's serious. But do you have anything concrete? Times? Places? Pulling out my napkin, I showed her the scrawled notes. She scanned them, nodding slowly. "This pattern, it's deliberate," she said. "You're right. But why you? And how are they always in the right place at the right time?" That question hung between us like smoke. I shrugged again, wishing I had an answer. "I don't know, but I want to find out." Over the next few days, Lena and I started tracking. I kept my routine as normal as possible, but every step felt heavier, like walking through molasses. I watched the park bench from a distance, noting a man who never sat but paced back and forth, hands shoved deep in the pockets of his coat even when the sun was warm. At the subway, a woman with a flat, expressionless face leaned against the cold tile wall, eyes darting just enough to catch mine before looking away. They never approached, never spoke, just waited. One evening, on my way home, I noticed a flash of movement in the reflection of a shop window. A man in a dark jacket, his face obscured by the angle, followed me a few steps behind. I stopped abruptly, pretending to tie my shoe, heart hammering so loud I thought someone might hear it blocks away. When I looked up, he was gone. No trace, no sound, just a faint echo of footsteps fading into the night. I couldn't tell if I was being hunted or led, but either way, I was caught in a trap I didn't understand. At work, the strain showed. I spilled coffee on my keyboard, nearly missed a meeting because my mind kept drifting back to the faces, the patterns. Lena noticed but didn't pry. I think she understood. One afternoon, I found an anonymous note slipped under my apartment door. No handwriting, no signature, just a single sentence typed neatly on thin paper. "You're closer than you think." The words burned on my skin. Closer? To what? Or to whom? I stared at the note for what felt like hours, the city buzzing faintly outside my window. The shadows lengthened, folding into corners like dark water pooling beneath my feet. I wanted to tear the note apart, throw it away, forget it ever existed. But I couldn't. I needed it. Like a lifeline. The next day, Lena suggested we check the building's security footage. Maybe the elevators, the lobby cameras. If someone was following me, surely they'd appear there too. I agreed, though part of me dreaded what we might find. We stood in the building manager's cramped office, the air thick with stale cigarette smoke and the hum of an ancient computer. The screen flickered to life, grainy images of the lobby cycling through the last week. There they were. The strangers. Always on the edges. The man with the coat who never sat at the park bench. The woman with the blank stare at the subway. The figure who followed me outside that one night. But this time, something was different. On the footage from 2 nights ago, I saw myself walking through the lobby, looking over my shoulder, and just behind me, a shadow detached itself from the crowd, moving deliberately, matching my pace exactly. I froze. The air in the room felt suddenly thinner, colder. "Do you see that?" I whispered. Lena nodded, her face pale. "They're not just watching. They're controlling your path." Control. The word tasted bitter. I thought of my apartment window, the tapping, the flickering streetlight, the way the strangers always seemed to vanish when I tried to confront them. A slow, sinking feeling settled in my stomach. This wasn't random. It was a game, and I was the only player. On my way home, I kept looking over my shoulder, every shadow a potential threat, every pedestrian a possible watcher. The city, once familiar and alive, had become a maze designed to trap me. I reached my front door, hands shaking as I fumbled with my keys. As I stepped inside, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered again. Silence. Complete silence. And then, on the kitchen table, I saw it, another note. This one handwritten, in the same neat script. You won't find us if you don't play. My breath caught. I sat down slowly, the note trembling in my hand. The storm was gathering, and I was right in the middle of it, with nowhere to run and no one to trust. The note sat on the kitchen table, the neat script mocking me under the weak glow of the flickering overhead bulb. You won't find us if you don't play. The words were simple, but the implication stretched wide and dark. I traced the letters with a trembling finger, the paper rough against my skin, as if it were a contract I never signed but was now forced to read. I wanted to rip it up, scream at the silence that swallowed the apartment, but my hands refused to steady. The tapping at my window echoed faintly in the background, steady, deliberate. Like a metronome counting down the seconds of my sanity. Lena's words floated back. They're not just watching. They're controlling your path. Control. That word twisted in my gut. The city was no longer a place to wander freely. It was a cage, and I was the rat scurrying through its maze. I sat down heavily, the chair scraping against the worn linoleum floor. The air smelled stale, tinged with the faint hint of cold rain that had just stopped outside. I'd already lost the safe spaces I once knew. My apartment, once a refuge, felt like a stage with invisible strings pulling at my limbs. I needed to understand. Not just to survive, but to fight back. If I was a pawn, I had to see the board. I dialed Lena's number, my thumb hovering over the screen. When she answered, her voice was low, cautious. You still awake? Barely, I admitted. That note, it's not just a warning. It's a rule. I don't think they want me to stop. There was a pause. Then, I've been digging. Look, I found something. Go on. She hesitated. Remember the cafe you passed yesterday? The one where the guy, the tall one with the gray jacket, was sitting outside? I pictured him. The way he'd watched me, eyes sharp but unreadable. Right. I checked. Not just random. He's been there every day for the past 2 weeks. Same table, same spot. And my voice cracked. They're using public spaces as checkpoints. It's like they're marking your route, controlling the flow. You don't just bump into strangers by chance, not that often anyway. I swallowed hard, feeling the walls close in. So, I'm trapped in a loop. They decide where I go, who I see, when I feel safe or threatened. Exactly. I wanted to close my eyes and pretend it wasn't true. But the city outside my window was humming with a cold, relentless rhythm that matched the tapping. Lena, how do I stop playing? Her silence was louder than any answer. I don't know if you can, but I'm working on something. I'll call you back soon. The line went dead, leaving me with the ticking of the clock and the distant drip of water from the cracked faucet. I paced, my fingers brushing against every surface, searching for a clue, a sign, anything that wasn't part of the game. My mind raced, piecing together every encounter, every stranger's face, every flicker of that cursed streetlight. A sudden noise snapped me out of my thoughts, a soft knock at the door. My breath hitched. No one should be here. I moved closer, heart hammering in my chest. The knock came again, slower this time, deliberate. I didn't answer. Whoever it was knew I was home. Knew I was alone. The knocking stopped. In its place, a faint rustling sound, like fabric brushing against the floor. I grabbed my phone, dialing 911 instinctively, then hesitated. What could I say? Someone's outside my door, but I'm not sure who. Would they believe me? Would they come in time? The rustling grew louder, then a voice, barely above a whisper. "Do you want to play?" My hands trembled so much I nearly dropped the phone. I barely managed to type a quick message to Lena, "Help. Someone's here." No reply. The voice came again, this time clearer, closer. "You can't hide." Cold sweat slicked down my back. I glanced around, looking for an escape route, but the windows were barred by shadows and locked tight. The apartment felt smaller, suffocating. I backed toward the kitchen, heart pounding so loud I feared it might betray me. The door handle rattled. Then a sudden silence. The kind that presses into your ears, waiting. I didn't breathe. Didn't move. Minutes slid by, slow and heavy. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the knocking resumed, this time from the window. The tapping again, relentless. I rushed over, peering through the cracked curtain. No one. Just the empty street, slick with rain, glistening under the flickering streetlight. But on the ground, a small envelope rested. I grabbed it, fingers numb. Inside, another note. This one typed, "Your choices are no longer yours. The path is set." I dropped the paper, a cold knot tightening in my throat. The game had changed. I wasn't just being watched or manipulated, I was trapped, a player in a maze with no exit. I sank to the floor, the weight of realization crushing me. The city, the strangers, the notes, they weren't random. They were pieces of a plan. A plan I was forced into. And worse, I understood now. There was no running. No hiding. Not anymore. Because the next move was theirs. And I had no idea what it would be. I stayed on the floor, the note crumpled in my hand, the words echoing louder than the rain outside. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But the weight of the note pinned me in place. The realization had settled deep. This was no longer some cruel prank or a series of coincidences. Someone was guiding me, hurting me like a lost animal. And worse, watching every falter. I forced myself up, every movement slow and deliberate. My hands trembled, the paper rustling like dry leaves in a windless room. I shoved the note into my jacket pocket and moved toward the window again. The street was empty, the puddles reflecting the city's tired glow. But beneath the streetlight, a figure lingered. Still. Watching. I blinked. The man was too far to make out details, but his posture was unnervingly calm. Not threatening yet. More like he was waiting for me to make a move. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear rising. The streetlight flickered again, the bulb sputtering like it might die any second. I closed the curtain without looking away and retreated into the shadows of the room. My phone buzzed, jerking me from the fog of dread. I fumbled it out of my pocket, fingers clumsy. A message, unknown number. Don't trust the light. It lies. I stared at the screen, then at the window. The man was gone. Silence. Complete silence. I paced the room, the floor creaking under my feet. My mind raced through everything, the strangers, the notes, the way every place I ended up seemed pre-selected, a trap closing in. A puzzle I was forced to solve without rules. The next morning came too soon, gray and unwelcoming. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the shadows from the blinds slicing across my face. The note's words haunted me. The path is set. It felt like a sentence, a verdict passed down by some unseen judge. I knew I couldn't stay in that apartment. Every corner felt like a snare. I needed answers. Or at least a way to break free. I grabbed my coat, the fabric rough against my skin, and headed out. The city was indifferent, humming with life and noise, but that only made the isolation sharper. Every step felt like a test. I scanned faces, searching for the familiar strangers. The ones who had popped up at every dangerous turn like ghosts tethered to my fate. By midday, I found myself at the cafe where I'd first noticed the man with the long coat, the one who'd been there the day the stranger cornered me near the subway entrance. The place smelled of burnt coffee and stale pastries. The chatter was a dull roar, a low tide of voices that didn't include me. I sat near the window, watching the street. Minutes passed like hours. Then the man appeared again. Same coat, same slow, deliberate walk. He didn't meet my eyes but paused, just for a moment, before disappearing into the crowd. That pause was enough. I pulled out my phone, fingers shaking as I dialed a number I hadn't called in weeks. "Hey," I said when the voice answered. "It's me." The line crackled. "Are you okay?" It was Jamie, my closest friend. The one person who still believed me when I said I was being watched. "Not really," I admitted. "I think someone's controlling me. Like, orchestrating everything I do. And they're watching." Jamie was silent for a moment. "That's insane." "I know how that sounds," I said quickly. "But it's happening." I saw him again. The guy with the coat. At the cafe. He's always there before something bad happens. "Have you told the police?" Jamie's voice was cautious. "No. I don't think they'd take me seriously. Besides, I don't even know what bad means anymore. It's all psychological. Mental. Like I'm unraveling, and he's pulling the strings." There was a pause, then, "You're not alone in this. Meet me tonight. We'll figure something out." I hung up, feeling a flicker of hope. Maybe I wasn't going crazy. Maybe. That afternoon, I wandered through the city's maze of alleys and side streets, chasing shadows and trying to map the pattern in my mind. Each familiar face, each repeated location, it felt like a script written by someone else. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and exhaust fumes. The distant wail of a siren sliced through the hum of traffic. At one point, a woman passed me on the sidewalk. A stranger, but her eyes locked with mine for just a second longer than normal. That brief connection sent a shiver down my spine. Was she part of it? Another watcher? Another piece of the puzzle? I couldn't tell anymore. Night came too quickly, swallowing the city in a wet, cold darkness. Jamie was waiting in a small, cluttered apartment downtown. The scent of old books and lemon cleaner filled the space. She had a laptop open, several tabs of maps, photos, and notes. "We need to look for patterns," Jamie said, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "Dates, locations, people. Anything that repeats." I nodded, exhaustion pressing against my eyelids. But I kept pushing. We cross-referenced the times I'd encountered those strangers, the notes I'd received, every dangerous moment I'd survived. It all pointed to a single thread, a man who seemed to know my every move, showing up just before things spiraled. "We're missing something," Jamie murmured, scrolling through a map of the city. "Look here." She pointed to a cluster of dots, places I'd been, times I'd been followed. I leaned in, tracing the line with my finger. "It's a route. A circuit." "Exactly. Someone's leading you somewhere." My stomach twisted. The idea of being herded through the city like prey was terrifying, but also somehow clarifying. I wasn't imagining it. The threat was real. And it was coming closer. A sudden noise from the hallway made us both freeze. The building was old, the walls thin. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Someone was outside the door, waiting. Jamie and I exchanged a look, no words, no panic, just the silent acknowledgement that this was it. The moment where the game shifted from guessing to confrontation. I crept to the window, peering into the darkened street. A figure stood beneath a flickering lamp, face obscured by shadows. The same long coat. The same calm menace. Jamie whispered, "You need to get out of here. Now." But I couldn't move. Not yet. Because this time I wasn't just being watched. I was being invited. The door handle twisted slowly. My breath caught. The path was set. The next move was theirs. And I was about to walk right into the darkness. The door handle turned slowly, deliberately, like the last tick of a clock before midnight. But the door didn't open. Instead, a voice, calm, almost casual, slipped through the crack. "We don't have to do this." I leaned closer, straining to catch the tone beneath the surface. Nothing familiar. No warmth. Just that cold, clinical distance. Jamie whispered, "You know that voice?" I shook my head. I didn't. But I knew it. Somewhere. Somewhere I couldn't quite reach. Then the footsteps retreated. Silence. Complete silence. We stood there, frozen in the stale air of the crumbling hallway, the faint hum of the flickering street lamp outside bleeding through the window. The smell of damp plaster and old cigarette smoke clung to the walls. Outside, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden, and then nothing. I didn't move for what must have been minutes. Jamie's fingers trembled against mine. "We should go," she said finally, voice low, urgent. I nodded, swallowing the knot in my throat. We slipped out through the back fire escape, the metal cold and slick beneath our fingers. The city felt different, somehow like it was holding its breath, waiting. The next morning, sunlight stabbed through the thin curtains, cruel and unforgiving. I lay in bed, the events of the night pressing down like a weight on my chest. The pattern I'd spent weeks unraveling, the strangers, the places, the precise moments of danger made sense now. Someone had been steering me, watching me fall apart piece by piece. But why? And how had they come so close without me seeing? The thought twisted in my stomach. The idea that I'd been a puppet, tangled in invisible strings, was almost worse than the threat itself. Jamie was already up when I finally dragged myself from the sheets, her face a study in exhaustion and determination. "We need a plan," she said, pouring coffee into 2 chipped mugs. The bitter smell filled the kitchen, grounding me a little. I nodded. "No more running." She looked at me like I was crazy. "Are you sure? Because whatever this is, it's not over. It has to be." I stared out the window. The city was waking up, oblivious to the quiet war that had played out in its shadows. People rushing by, their faces blurred and indifferent. I felt like a ghost among them, seen and unseen all at once. Over the next few days, I tried to reclaim my life. Work was a blur of emails and meetings, but my mind was elsewhere, fixated on the gaps in the puzzle. I retraced steps, revisited places where the strangers had appeared, hoping for a clue, a mistake, anything. But the city was silent. No figures lurking at the edges of my vision. No long coats or calm faces in shadows. Just the hum of daily life. Yet the fear lingered beneath my skin, a low, persistent hum. I caught myself checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for familiar faces. I stopped answering my phone when I didn't recognize the number. Sleep was a stranger, my dreams tangled with half-remembered footsteps and whispered threats. One evening, Jamie came over with a folder of notes she compiled, photos, scribbled addresses, timelines. Look at this, she said, spreading the papers across my kitchen table. Patterns. Connections. Whoever this is, they don't just follow you. They study you, learn your habits, your fears. I traced a finger along the line of dates. It's like they choreographed it all. She nodded. Exactly. And the last move? That door. It wasn't about breaking in. It was a test. To see how you react. I swallowed hard, the bitter tang of coffee and anxiety mixing in my mouth. So what now? If they're still watching? Jamie's eyes darkened. Then we have to change the game. I started small altering routines, varying routes, avoiding predictable patterns. It was exhausting, like trying to rewrite a script I didn't even know I was following. But it gave me a sliver of control. One afternoon, I found myself at a quiet park I hadn't visited in years. The air was thick with the scent of wet grass and blooming lilacs. A soft breeze rustled through the trees. For a moment, the world felt normal again. Then I saw her. A woman sitting on a bench, sipping coffee, watching me with an unreadable expression. She was new. Different from the long coat, different from the previous strangers. But the look in her eyes was the same. Recognition. Interest. I didn't approach. I just stood there, heart hammering, waiting to see what came next. She smiled faintly, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. I realized then that this wasn't over. Maybe it never would be. But I wasn't the same person who had been caught in the web before. The fear was still there, yes, but so was something else. Resolve. A hard-edged clarity. I wasn't just a victim. I was awake now. Weeks passed. The city's rhythm resumed its indifferent pulse. The figure in the long coat never reappeared. The mysterious woman from the park was gone, like a shadow dissolving at dawn. I started to rebuild friendships, work, trust. Jamie and I grew closer, bound by the shared ordeal. We talked openly, no more secrets, no more silence. The weight of the unknown still pressed on us, but less heavily. And me? I learned to carry the fear without letting it break me. To notice the strangers not as threats, but as reminders of vulnerability, yes, but also of survival. Sometimes, late at night, I catch myself staring out the window, half expecting to see a shadowy figure waiting just beyond the streetlight's flicker. But then I breathe deep, feel the cold glass under my fingertips, and remind myself, I'm still here. Still standing. Still watching back. The city holds its stories tight, but mine, my story, is mine to tell. And no one's puppeteering me anymore. Not anymore.